Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I feel like I don't need to do the repopulating or the populating stream mechanic anymore. You guys are all here. That was quick. Right. Where are we? Where did we leave yesterday? We had a convoy west of Gambia or French West Africa. We engaged that thing. We hit 3 ships in it, I think. And then we disengaged and now we're re-engaging. So we're following its trail north. It'll soon appear in our sightlines off to the starboard side. And then we'll get him. And then after that we'll probably go home. How long have we been at sea? 13 days. I mean, we could stay. Also, we have to check neutral shipping. That's our main objective down here in the Southern Routes mission. But this convoy is definitely hostile. So we're gonna attack that again. Because if you spot an enemy, you must engage him. That's the basic principle. How's your Saturday going, everyone? What have I done now? Help. Okay, this is fun. My heart just glitched. I can't click or do anything. Lovely. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload this. Ah, what a great start. Sorry about that. And there we are, back again. No idea what happened there. Also no idea where my crew is stressed. You in an alarm state? No. Ah, it's decreasing. It was of the previous engagement, I suppose. Okay. Now then I have to redo my circles. They get thrown out every time I reload a save. There we go. Yeah, so we're well within Allied aircraft range. But I suppose there's not many patrols going on from Freetown. obviously have a lot more fighter planes in Gibraltar and in mainland Great Britain. Oh, they deleted my course line. How dare you? 009 is the mean course of the convoy. I did also fix my sound levels. I hope you can hear me a lot better now. Looked at yesterday's stream for some quality control and I noticed that when the diesel's running you can totally not hear what I'm saying. So that should be fixed. Alright, I got my coffee, everything's set. And this thing is really annoying. I'm gonna be honest, like the fact that it's right in front of my almost my dead ahead line. That is a bit off-putting, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, yes, thank you Borkum, thank you for protecting me from allied aircraft, but still. Okay, I can see them over there. Yeah. 50 degrees to the side, that's the convoy. Lovely. We're already there. All the way down in Gambia. Happily chugging away on fuel, we're going full speed. Trying to overtake the convoy again. There it is. 90 degrees now. I think we can probably go 10 degrees to starboard, close in a little bit. Let me just close the door real quick. Yeah, a bit of a light shining in through the door. Can't really see much in this darkness here. Also, today is gonna be a warm day, I can already tell. I get much worse than this. I'm already suffering. How do you stay submerged so long without running out of air and electricity? Well, I mean, the slower your engine runs, the less electricity you burn, or you use up. And air is not a problem. You can stay submerged for the better part of a day. You can use your ventilation system to mix the air in the boat a little bit. It doesn't help a lot, but you can have that thing running for maybe an hour and it'll give you like an extra 20%. Or you can use the potassium absorbers, but I don't like to use them. I'm not running any mods or anything, if that's what you're asking. It's you can get away with quite a long dive time. There they are. $90 degrees now, still. Well, we've turned 10 degrees towards them and it's 90 degrees again. Horrible weather though. Maybe I should wait for the rain to pass. I mean, they can't see me, that's a good thing, but I need to see them as well. I can't see anything. That's my DF antenna. I can see that, at least. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to do a dive just to find out where they still are. Let's go back to his parallel course. And then dive, bring us down to 20 meters. Ah, let's do 30. Aw, that would be awesome, thank you. Well, if you're scared of overcomplicating things and you don't really know what you're doing, then I definitely would not recommend UBE. If you're like a veteran sub-sim gamer and you want to get even more out of this game, then you can try UBE. I'm sure. I think I stopped using it a while ago. I think it was when there was a new patch came along and that made UBE not work anymore, and then I never went back to it. I think they I don't know how it is now, but back then I think they focused a bit on the wrong things. Like they added ports that no one ever goes to and stuff like that. I am gonna probably do a little bit more mods on my next playthrough, because I don't really like how the game works at the moment. Like, for example, some of the mods that I already got during this playthrough, like the torpedo loading times being increased and the storage loading times in ports being decreased, stuff like that. And I'd also like a bit better damage model. Like, I think it's nonsensical that I can just dive down to 220 meters and just stay there and nothing happens. Like, there should be some mechanical failure, there should be some water creeping in through the torpedo loading hatch, for example, stuff like that, and nothing just happens. Like, I can go down to crush depth, and then the game will randomly decide to end my life. Or I can stay just above crush depth and nothing will happen. This seems like... This seems stupid to me, you know? So yeah. Oh, you already cheered. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Yeah, so if you guys, you probably you guessed it by the fact that he was able to send a cheer. I've become Twitch affiliated yesterday, so thank you very much, Twitch. For a while there, it looked like YouTube was gonna be quicker than that, but yeah, Twitch. I can now monetize on Twitch, which I absolutely will do because all of the VR gaming is very, very expensive, and I would absolutely love to get some of that money back. I'll try not to annoy you with commercials, but whenever I get a coffee or something, I'll probably pop you a quick commercial and put the game on pause so you don't miss anything. Oh, probably not. We'll see. I'll figure out a way. I'll try not to be as too obnoxious with it. But I'm also not gonna lie, I do like money, so... Ship bundle for more ships to sink. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think the ship bundles actually work that well. Like back earlier when they introduced ships. Let's see, ship bundle. Do we have some? Ship bundle. There we go. Oh, they actually have new models, I think. Do they? Because I remember that they had problems putting ships in the game. Because the models were hard to implement, so any ship that they put in were just simply... basically just other textures of existing models. But no, that looks like they actually put in some ships. That's awesome. I'm gonna try... I think I'll have to check that out. Yeah, so I would recommend it, because one of my gripes with this game is that there's not enough targets. So when I look at the ship bundle, it looks like it's mostly warships. That's not what I'm worried about. I need more freighters to sink. Like I need more ships to find on the because warships are not really, you're not going for warships, you're going for freighters. And the problem with freighters is, in this game at least, I can just show you real quick. Freighter, there we go. Those are the freighters. We've got, well, fishing boat is irrelevant, and also I've never seen a hostile fishing boat. I've only ever seen German fishing boats near the harbors. The C3 is what you want to go for. Very easy to identify by the 3 masts in front of the massive wheelhouse. So you see 5 masts in total, you immediately know it's a C3. The Empire Belle is the standard freighter. The Empire Explorer looks like the Empire Belle, but with a center mast. And then the Empire Tower is the one that with those two poles on the back. So those 3 are super easy to identify. The Liberty is also super easy to identify with the little rounded platforms everywhere and 2 masts in front, 1 mast astern. That's it. 3 tankers. Very, very easy to identify. The Dale class has the 2 masts raking forward. The All class has is a bit shorter and it has a very pronounced funnel on the back. And the T2 has this little mast structure right there and a mast on the center of the secondary superstructure right there. And then the War class is the smallest one with the masts pointing away from each other. The Coaster is super easy to identify just because it's so small. And that's it. That's everything that you get in terms of ships to sink. It's not enough. It's just not enough. Like when I've played when I played Silent Hunter 3 and I had to identify the vessels and that, I had a much harder time. Like I think last week or something, I played some Silent Hunter again just to get back into it, and also because I wanted to see my Type 9 again. I'm really hyped for the Type 9. And I really struggled with recognizing the freighters because there's just so many of them. So, and I mean, what is this? 3 tankers? 5 freighters? Not enough. 4 tankers with the War class, that's new. It's just not enough. There needs to be more ships. More ships. And yeah, the damage model needs to be reworked. But I think there's a mod for that as well. But again, like, I'm happy that there's modding, of course. But I would love it, I would appreciate it more if the devs actually put that in the game. And I don't care how they do it, like, if it's just gonna be like harder difficulty setting or anything like that, that's all fine by me. But something needs to be done. This is too easy. The prereq for UBE, so I installed, but I'm currently uninstalling UBE. Okay, why? What's your reason for it? Oh yeah, German aircraft, that would be awesome as well. Would be nice to see like friendly Bf-109s over the ports in the beginning, and then later in the war they become less and less. Also, more neutral ships. Like anything you run across, pretty much British. Like you should run across more Irish ships, Argentinian ships. Yeah, I mean the game's far from done. That's really what I want to say. I hope they're not just working on the Type 9 DLC and then on the Type 21 DLC and then they call it quits, because there's a lot more to do. Right, they are at 132, 5 to 10 miles out. 132.
30 Meter.
132, 5 to 10 miles. That's a 5-mile margin. Oh. Yeah, okay. That's 2255. And we know that they're going 009. Get rid of the old one.
Aktuelle Tiefe 35 Meter.
Right. And what speed are they going?
Erwarte Ihre Befehle.
I think I still got it in the TDC. 7 knots, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Every convoy is always going 7 knots. They need to change that around a bit. Got a mod installed for that. Varying ship speed, but I'm not sure it's working because they seem to be going 7 knots very often still. Right, let's surface.
Anblasen. 5 Meter. Auf diese Motoren.
Turn on the electric compressor. And then let's slow us down a little bit. 13 knots. Can we do 7 knots? Yeah, we can. Okay, so let's stay parallel. By the time the visibility clears, we should be able to see them. Yeah, exactly. That fellow. I agree. Before into VR Fallout 4. Yeah, man, me too. Me too. I really gotta get back into it. Once I've got my new hobby room set up in my new flat, and I've got the treadmill set up and the green screen and everything, and I've got my gaming PC back, the good one. I'm really looking forward to get back into it. You guys, if you want to catch up, I still have the other episodes on my channel. I usually like setting up the VR stream always takes a bit of time, so I cut them to shape and upload them as separate videos so that there's not too much waiting. How much did the treadmill run you? What does that mean? Oh, do you mean how much it costs? Does it, do you? I don't know. Aww. Yeah, okay. So they usually cost around 1,500. But I would recommend that if you want to buy one, don't pay that much. Wait for them to have a sale. They have sales all of the time, which I did. First of all, hang on, what course are we going? Okay, there we go. You gotta wait for them to have a sale, which they do all the time. Like they do one for Easter, they do one for Father's Day, they do one for 4th of July. Like you name the occasion, they will have a sale for it. And then you gotta look out for a creator who drops you a coupon code. For example, I have one. I uploaded my first video and they immediately contacted me and wanted me to become part of their affiliate program, which was awesome. So I now have a coupon code for it as well. It's just weight loss, all capitals, and then you save, I think it's 130 bucks on it. So yeah, wait for a sale, use a coupon code, and you can get them. If it's a good sale, you can get them for less than 1,000. still seems like a lot, and is a lot of money, obviously. I was lucky that I had a severance payment that I could use for that. But it's a big bit of kit. I gotta be honest, it's a humongous thing. Also, I'm not looking forward to move flats with that thing. I'll probably have to disassemble it a bit. And yeah, it's just a whole different experience of SVR gaming. Like, the only thing that it's missing now for me is I need a wireless VR headset, because the wire is the one thing that's still constricting. I mean, I've got it mounted to the ceiling so it doesn't dangle around a lot, and it's always pulled back by like a pulley system. But I sometimes have to turn in space to untangle the wire. If that was gone, then it would just be perfect. I would probably never leave VR then. It's just so great. I'm playing Silent Depth 2 Pacific, a little indie sub-game. Oh, I'm gonna have to look at that. Hang on. Hang on. I also recently looked into... Oh, I can't find it. Oh, okay. Silent Depth. Okay, damn it. Silent Depth 2 Pacific there. Where is it? Why is it not being shown to me? Oh, that one, yeah. Oh, Microprose, yeah. It was a bit more arcadey, right? I looked at the trailers and all that. I thought, I don't think that's for me. Also, recently looked into War on the Sea, as I think that's from the same developers that did Cold Waters and Sea Power. But I can't figure out those controls. It's going right over my head. Also, I should probably do some more Sea Power. Sims in the Atlantic, yeah, absolutely. Was that you who said it on Josh's stream? He mentioned it last night. He thought it was very funny, and I agree, because you have to take care of their needs basically. Although it's very basic. Let's be honest. Like, they need food and they need morale. That's it. So you've got the social bar, and you've got the food bar. That's it. They don't have to go to the toilet or anything. But I mean, they could add that. The toilet is there, and yeah, you gotta keep them happy with food. And then you sometimes have random events, and you can dress them up. So that's very Sims. Yeah, like I noticed when I played XCOM 2, it's basically Sims but with fighting. Right, the weather seems to have gotten better because the range just increased. Yeah, the rain's gone. Nice. We should be getting some air soon, or some visibility soon. There we go, look at that. Now, where's our convoy? There they are, look at that. Oh, look at that. Okay, that's just a bug from the smoke columns from the what's it called, the time compression. That'll even itself out. But I think we can probably full speed and probably go 45 degrees to starboard to close in. Yeah, man. Now you've made me anxious. Now I really want to get back into VR gaming, because I'll probably have to do a little catch up. Like, I'll have to figure out at the point I was in the game, because it's been so long. I remember I think we started Ada's quest, the robot, and I had issues with the bloody with the robot workbench. Because, right, the issue with Fallout 4 and VR is that first of all, it was a very, very bad launch. They just chilled that out like it is, basically, and then they immediately abandoned it too, so all the DLCs never dropped. But also the fans pretty much found out on day one that you can just drag and drop the DLC from normal Fallout game into the VR game, and it works. But it doesn't work flawlessly, so there had to be some mods for the DLCs. And I'm using a mod pack made by Genghis VR, an absolutely amazing VR creator on YouTube. And she compiled a mod list to make Fallout 4 VR playable in 2025. So a lot of quality of life improvements, a lot of mods, a lot of weapon mods, like whatever she found necessary is in there. There's a lot of stuff in there that I don't find necessary. For example, the ghoul children. Like, that's fucked, man. That's absolutely fucked. The first time I saw a ghoul child, my heart sank really at that. And that's good. I mean, a video game made me feel something. That's pretty neat. That rarely happens nowadays. But yeah, I didn't really want to shoot that. I had to though. But yeah, that's a giant mod pack. I think it's 166 mods or something like that, or 266 mods. It's a huge number of mods. And yeah, I had to figure out how the workbench works, because apparently if you just drag and drop the DLC into the Fallout 4 VR game, then it doesn't work. So there needs to be some modding needs to be done in order to get that to work flawlessly. Oh yeah, what did you make? Maybe I've got your mod installed, because I use a lot of mods for XCOM 2. Well, most of it is well, the Long War of the Chosen is what I play with. I have, well, hang on, let me just check. XCOM is probably my most played game on Steam. 2,176 hours. Yeah. I've got fucking 2,000 hours in XCOM because I love playing the Long War mod. And then I play it, and then at some point I realize, okay, this is not going well. The aliens have pretty much, they've got me down. I'm no longer winning missions. I have to extract every time. This playthrough is ruined, and then I'll start a new one. I've played 2,000 hours of XCOM, but I don't think I've ever won Long War 2, ever. And it's an amazing mod. It's hard as hell, which is beautiful. Also, what's wrong with gaming that we need mods to make games hard? I just noticed that. What the hell is up with that? Right, new course 099er. And that should be our final approach. Yeah, scientists don't get used enough. I think you've got the laboratory, you've got the Psy lab, and the sick bay, and that's it. For everything else you need engineers, which, I don't know. Maybe not a good design choice. Both engines dead slow. I think we can already dive, but I'll observe it for a while longer here. That's pretty cool. But I don't think I use any of that. When I play Long War of the Chosen, I always use I always make my soldiers look like clones from Star Wars. I've basically got I've got the clone army fighting against the aliens coming in. Maybe I should stream that, I don't know. Long War of the Chosen run where you can watch me fail. I could name my clones after you guys. And then we could all... Well, I was gonna say then we can all be sad when they die, but I also never let them die. I'm a very bad military commander. I can't stand my men dying, which is necessary evil, I suppose. Alright, they're just ahead. Let's see how the bearings drift. Pretty standing. A bit to the right. Okay, that's okay. Was the infirmary staffed with engineers? Okay, that apparently Long War 2 already fixes that. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Gesundheit. Any moment now, the alarm bell's gonna ring and they're gonna shout at me. Engine stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Yeah, we're right ahead of them.
Alarm! Konvoi
There they
in
are.
Sicht! Peilung! 85 Grad! Dafür haben wir trainiert. Wir werden das
Alright.
gemeinsam durchstehen.
We're gonna engage them from the other side.
Kurs 279.
There they are. Okay. I can already... Is that superstructure? Or is that funnel smoke? I think that's superstructure. Okay, dive, dive, dive. Bring her down.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Do not sink too many ships. Well, I'm just gonna sink all of the ships just to spite you now. Well, you've picked a bad timing to go for lunch, because we're literally about to start the attack. But yeah, I hope to see you back in. Have a good lunch. I hope you enjoy. I'm not having lunch today. I'm having a fast day today.
Auf E-Motor.
Since I'm not doing any physical activity at the moment, I need to just do less calorie intake, because I don't want to balloon up too bad while I'm not streaming VR. So I'm cutting myself down to 1 meal a day. It's my metabolism, man. It's just, I've got the perfect metabolism if you want to be fat. Like anything I eat just immediately goes onto my waist. Alright, that one is probably going behind my stern. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
That gives me ample opportunity to immediately put everything up. We need our calculator, which I haven't even opened yet. There it is. We need the height chart, this one and this one. One's 29, one's 36, so the right one is set for C3s and the left one is set for T2 tankers. But I don't think there is a T2 tanker in there anymore. So I might have to switch that over to a Liberty. Right, you go on the TDC, Eberhard, and Volker, you go on the hydrophone because you are the more experienced hydrophone. And then you will manage the torpedo loads, and you will stay on the engine.
E-Motoren besetzen.
And then that way, whenever he is done, whenever Sparfeld is done with a torpedo, his instinct from his initial reaction will be, I need to manage the engines, because that's his duty roster at the moment. But the engine is already occupied by someone else, and so he'll do the second best thing, which is load another torpedo. Once all the torpedoes are maintained, I'm gonna set Lime Kühler to take care of the dive planes, because I think we're breaching the surface. Yeah, just a little bit. And then you guys will do command work, and that will make Sparfeld a little bit quicker on the torpedoes here.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Kaloin. Ich kümmere mich darum.
That should be. Let's check it. Although this duty roster will end in 15 minutes when they have a watch change.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
And now he immediately goes for the next one. Beautiful. He throws them out of their bunks. Lazy bones. And then you guys don't need to be on the periscope. Won't help much.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
You.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4
Right. All the tubes loaded. Well, he's gonna maintain tube number 5 as well. Takes a little bit longer because he can only have one sailor on there because ramp back there.
Torpedorohr 5
Again, looking forward to the Type 9 when we got two stern tubes. Not that I'm going to use them much, but I wonder... I want to see the Type 9 just from the inside. I've never seen the Type 9 layout or anything. Like I don't know what it looks like in there. Like the Type 7 I know by heart. I've been in one. I've seen it in Wolfpack. I've seen it in Uboat. Like I know I could probably paint out the layout in my sleep. I pretty much know everything about this, but Type 2 not so much, and the Type 9 never seen the inside of it, never. I'm so looking forward to the Type 9, man. Really want to see it. But we won't have to wait for long now. I'm guessing it'll drop like next month or the month after. I really need to finish this playthrough so we can start a new one with the Type 9. Can you see how much the boat is turning? They're not moving that much, I'm moving that much. There's a C3. Okay, both engines dead slow ahead, bring us back on our course. We should be turning to port quite drastically. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we turned more than 13 degrees there. That's probably stern tube. That's one of the bow tubes. Yeah. And I don't see any escorts. They've all left because they dropped all their depth charges on us earlier. Oh, maybe I'll get the achievement for eradicating an entire convoy. Because I don't have that yet. I think it's called Convoy? What convoy? 1, 2. How many ships is there? How many torpedoes do we have left? Oh, this is gonna be a good one. Yeah, we can do it. If we had a watch change, yes we did. That's why all the sailors have been reset. You can get on command duty, you can get on command duty. Now I have to manually tell him to do it. Because his initial reaction after loading the first torpedo will be, I'm off duty, therefore I will go to my bunk. Oh no, we are on battle stations. So the go to sleep action has been replaced with battle damage control in the CIC. So whenever he's done with loading torpedoes, he will immediately go to the CIC to do battle damage control. And this is something that I think needs work as well. This duty roster. This should have also a like regular watch roster and a battle stations roster. What is this soldier supposed to do? What is this officer supposed to do when he's on alert state? Because as of right now, it just replaces the bed with battle stations, the command station in the CIC, and that's not optimal. Because I don't want him to be on battle damage control, I want him to maintain the torpedoes. And then when he doesn't have any torpedoes to maintain, then he should go to battle damage control. But that's a minor gripe, like they can fix that later, I suppose. Yeah, okay, so 5 ships, I think. 1, 2, 3, or 5. Yeah, well, 5 ships, and I've got way more than 5 torpedoes. This is gonna be... We're completely gonna take out this convoy. Oh. Unless something goes wrong. Oh, I envy you now. That fellow. Now I'm jealous. Yeah, that's... I know... I'm definitely gonna look at that at some point in my life. But, it's gonna be a while until I can make it to Chicago. Maybe when I'm done with my studies and I go out to sea again, maybe I'll be lucky and I'll make port in Chicago or something. Then I'll definitely do it. Because I've seen the Type 21 in Bremerhaven. I've seen the Type 9, the Type 7C41 in Kiel. So the only thing that I'm missing is the one in Finland, the Type 2, or the prototype of the Type 2, the Vesico. And yeah, and the Type 9 in Chicago. That's all I'm missing. Well, German submarine-wise. Thank you. Maintain tube 5, because we're gonna need that. Sorry about that. I think this is the first one with the stern tube, and then we're gonna do bow tube. And I think they're probably all armed, right? Usually pick that up. Oh, do you have to have the observation periscope for that, I wonder?
Luftzielseerohr besetzen.
Because it's the observation periscope, so I could imagine that you only mark guns and radio towers and all that with the observation periscope. Is that the feature of it? Thank you. Or maybe they're unarmed. Thank you. Group 2. If they're unarmed, I don't even have enough ammunition. I don't have enough deck gun ammo to take all of them on. Yeah, I can see the guns from here. They're not unarmed. No idea why those are not being marked.
Standseerohr besetzen. Ja.
Ah, this one doesn't have filters. Okay. Ah, okay. Well, those filters can actually help sometimes. Like IRL, I remember we once had a training exercise with an Argentinian submarine.
Ja.
And the submarine wasn't even supposed to be in the area yet, and then suddenly one of our lookouts reported that he spots a periscope. Like 1/4 to the horizon, so really, really far away, and everybody was like, yeah, for sure, you see a periscope. Yeah, right. And then he showed us that he looked at the horizon and he switched between filters on his bearing diopter, and the change in contrast on this one particular spot made him pay attention a bit more. He's like, what's this? He kept switching between the filters. And then he realized that there's a dark spot there. And then he, you know, kept lookout on that. Kept switching and noticed that thing stood out. And then he realized that that's a periscope. And then we told the CIC, and they did a radar check on that, and they think, maybe there's something there. And then it turns out that the Argentinian submarine was absolutely there. Absolutely amazing lookout. Super well done. I wouldn't have spotted that. Which, by the way, spotting a periscope with radar is an impressive feat even today. And that they did that in World War II is even more impressive with the amount of technology that they had. Which is something that you have to look out for later in the game.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
That they don't spot your radar. That they don't spot your periscope with radar. Yeah, that's definitely good. Okay, first tube. First of all, flood tube 5. 8 meters, 44 speed. Is that a T1? T3.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
You can't go 44 knots. Don't be silly. D7E torpedo. Yeah, you can't go 44 knots. Don't be silly. Ah, because it's set to the other... Yeah, okay, okay. Type tube 5, salvo mode off, stern receiver, and now I can't switch it, right? Yes, there we go. See, everything's fine. 30 knots. Target speed, torpedo speed 40. Okay, well, target speed is something that we have to find out. There's a C3. The C3 we know has a length of 143.6 divided by click. Also, I have to correct myself. Yesterday I said that some submarines had the steady meter built into their periscope. That's actually incorrect. None of the German submarines in World War II had a steady meter built into their periscope. So the way that they would use a steady meter is when they were on the surface, on the conning tower. They would have a separate little device, a steady meter, and then they would, one of the men would use the steady meter to determine distance, one of them would do it with angle, and one of them would do it with set radian, and they would use 3 different methods and then figure out one and then decide on which measurement was the best. So that's 30 seconds. Which is another reason why they did that on the surface, so they could use more devices to determine range and speed and all that. 4.7 times 1.902 equals 9 knots. I'm gonna do another one. Click. Nine knots seems to be a bit far, but we can already do a range check. 110, 20, 30, 40. That's 140 milliradian, I'm sure. 30. Click. 33. Okay, not much different. Times 1.902. 8.3. Target speed 8.3. And 140 milliradian. I think that was on the zoom in, right? Yes, that was definitely on the zoom in. 140 on the right side. 940 meters. There we go. Angle on bow is a red 90. Parallax correction backwards. Turn 5. Okay. Tube 5. Launch. Now please tell me that was set to magnetic. Probably not, because I loaded the save. I think when I load, it always sets my torpedoes back to impact pistol. This will likely just slip underneath the hull. Oh, it's going just anywhere, anyway. Okay. Yeah, why did that turn 90 degrees to the side? Yeah, okay, that one was a foul runner. I claim,
20 Sekunden.
angle on bow is fucked. What the hell? Attack periscope. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. No hit on that, I am afraid. We're gonna have to get that on the way back. Both engines ahead. Nope.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Right, the SS AB Hammond. I think there was another one of that name in the convoy already. 135 and a mast height of 27. So we're gonna have to... What is it? This one. 27 mast height. There we go. So now we're using the left. Right, tube. Well, it's a single shot, so I don't need the FAT torpedo for that. That's gonna be tube 2 then. That maintained. Is that looking good? Yes. Cube 3 could use a little touch up.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Don't say alles klar. Cube 2. Bow receiver, attack periscope. Parallax correction. Forward. Huh, okay, no idea. It didn't throw around my angle on bow. I don't know what caused that. Now the angle on bow is going to be green, obviously, because we're looking at it from the other side. Still no alarm though, that's good. Didn't spot my foul running torpedo. So that's 60 milliradian on that one. So 60 milliradian on the zoom in, yes. 60 milliradian on the zoom in on the 27 scale, so this one. 18.5. We can get a little. Or we could. I still want that one to sail right into my firing line. And then I'll have to turn around. Yeah, I'm gonna fire this torpedo and then I'm gonna flank speed and turn around and get the other one with a bow tube as well. Because I mean I can go flank speed around here. Because there's no escort. They can't hear me. No, unfortunately not. Yeah, that's the one. U505, yeah. It's in the museum, Chicago Museum of Technology, if I remember correctly. It's Type 9 Charlie. Oh. Both engines. Low speed. That's slow. That's 80 now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 12.4. Target speed 8.3. Blood tube 2. Torpedo speed 44. Target speed 8.3. Thank you. Is it set to magnetic? Yes, it is. Angle on bow, green 80. Set. Tube 2. Launch. Tube 2 away. Barfeld. Put in the next one. Oh, we don't. We only have FAT torpedoes left. That's okay.
Schwere Schäden.
Huh?
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
The FAT torpedo, the foul runner, hit something.
Ja?
I did not expect that. Oh, and the speed setting is wrong. Oh, that one just stopped. Immediately went both engines astern and flank. I did not expect that.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Right, let's set down the speed then. Flood tube 1. Angle on bow is now a nice 90, and that is on the zoom in. 110. 110. So that's 900 meters, okay. 900 meters, 7 knots, angle on bow 90, lovely. Tube 1 is... Oh, yeah, I need to actually select tube 1. There we go. One selected, and I want this to go a kilometer, 1100, and then veer left. In case it misses. Cube 1 launch.
Los!
So, my first torpedo, let
Sekunden bis
me just pause this for a second. I had a ship behind me, somewhere like here, going a course of 009, so basically like 90-degree impact angle. So my torpedo firing solution was something like this. And for some reason, I've had this with stern torpedoes a few times already. I don't know why they do it. They come out of the tube and they turn 90 degrees to the side and they just go like this. I don't know why, but sometimes they do it. I think it's maybe... Sometimes the game switches the gyro angle receiver back to the forward one and then the torpedo gets confused or something. Sometimes it, just before you shoot, it randomly inputs a different angle on bow setting on your TDC. I don't know why, but for some reason the torpedo just completely went 90 degrees to the side. But then since it's an FAT torpedo, after running for about a kilometer, it did a turnaround. You can see this. So this is like, I'm gonna use the circle tool to create a turn circle. And then it went the other way. And then it did that a few times, turned around again, like this, turned around again, and it did like a search pattern, that's what it does, and it randomly crashed into another ship and exploded. So that was very, very lucky. That was absolute miracle, absolute incident, absolute, like this was, I cannot claim that I planned this. This was, yeah, that's the idea behind the LUT. You miss, but the torpedo still goes a while longer until it reaches the end of its range, and then it just drops to the surface. And anything that it comes into contact with while it goes, it'll just detonate.
Jawohl.
You gonna hit? I think you're gonna hit. Still too slow. Gonna hit the very tip of the bow. Poof! Oh look, this one isn't armed. It's got the platforms. Ah, but it does have the AA guns up there. Ah, yes, yes. Okay, so they're not going 8 knots. Oh, there we go. Now we can mark them. Yeah, that thing is armed. Have a radar, radio mast as well. Usually one of the masts tells me that it's a radio. Okay, both engines flank.
Schneller, schneller.
Ah, to starboard.
Oder hart Steuerbord.
Task failed successfully. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
Freigeladen.
And then this one. Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it to 90 degrees. There's the other one. That's the one we
Die
missed earlier.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
This is the Bissau was severely damaged. That was that one. Yeah, so that one, I actually did hit it with the FAT. That's amazing. Right, both engines. Well, first of all, midships. Both engines stop. We're gonna use this opportunity to get the speed value reading here. That's a C3, the Augustin Stahl. Nice German name there. What is it? It is a C3. Away. 143.6 divided by and click. Where's my dashboard? I need my dashboard. There's my dashboard. Now obviously that's going to be a skewed reading. I just keep explaining this. Obviously they're zigzagging, so gonna be not the best reading, but I'll take it anyway. This is the best I can get. Click. Both engines flank.
Äußerste Kraft voraus.
So we'll divide that by 39 seconds. That's more like it. 3.6 times 1.902 equal 7.06 knots. 7.1 knots. Probably more like 7. We'll keep it on 7. Although 7 did not hit him really well. Maybe I want to do 6.5. Just on account of the zigzagging. Yeah, she's still going, but very much taking on water in the bow compartment there. But she could survive this. Now, I was always under the impression that the LUT torpedo meant that you could just fire it off to the side like this, for example. It turns around and it hits to the side, because I was always under the impression that the torpedoes and U-boats had a firing arc of around 30 degrees, that they couldn't just fire to the side. But I've looked that up a little bit, and what it means is, what the LUT torpedo means is basically just... Basically, torpedo U-boats can fire to the side anyway. They can just do it. It's just a bit hard because the turn circle is not taken into account by the TDC. So if you fire to the side like this, the torpedo needs to run its initial length, then turn to the side and then go into target. So it's actually going something like this, whereas the torpedo data computer calculates the firing arc to be something like this. So you'll miss by around 300 meters if you do this. So if you just aim a little bit more to the stern, then you're probably fine. What the LUT torpedo actually does is that if you, let's say I fire at an enemy like this, like 45 degrees to the side, then the search pattern that torpedo would do after missing is something like this. And so on and so forth, going back and forth like this. But if the convoy is going like this is actually not that ideal. So what you can do with the LUT, or at least historically, you could tell the torpedo to go this 45 degrees, then turn 45 degrees further and do the search pattern that way. And so they hoped, I don't know how effective this was IRL, but they hoped that that would increase the chance of it hitting something after the initial miss. And also, the other thing is that IRL, these torpedoes, the LUT and the F-80 were probably a lot more viable because the distances between the ships were a lot smaller than they are in this game. In this game they are almost a mile apart, and in reality they were like 300-400 meters apart. They were sticking very closely together. So if you miss, the chance of just hitting the boat right next to it, or the ship right next to it, is actually very, very high. Notice that the torpedoes appear at the middle of the sub when launched in-game. Oh, we're gonna have a look at that by the next launch. I thought they came out of the tubes, like, really. We're gonna have a look at that. I will not let the game... I will not let the devs get away like that. Yeah, I heard about that circular run. Yeah, like I think the rudder on the torpedo was just stuck, right? So it just was stuck hard to starboard, and it just went around in one big circle. Yeah, very unfortunate. Right, we're going 10 knots. They're going 6.5. So yeah, we can just stay submerged and just overtake the entire convoy. No destroyer in sight. We can do whatever the hell we want here. Is that propeller looking out of the water there? Yeah, I think it is. I think we lost our propulsion, Captain. How long, Scotty? Yeah, I think they noticed. And they abandoned the vessel. Good. One gone. Or at least if it doesn't sink, we can get it with the deck gun. Yeah, they did have an escort. It's just that they lost all their depth charges. They dropped all their depth charges on me already, so they went back probably to Freetown to restock, and they will probably re-engage or get another convoy, get another escort from somewhere else. But they just haven't arrived yet. So at the moment, they are, unfortunately for them, undefended. Right, 80 degrees to starboard.
Kurs 8, 9.
So new course 089er. I wish I would have been allowed in the Navy to say things like turn us 80 degrees to starboard, but that was not allowed. You cannot, because the Navy regulation does not allow you to expect the enlisted men at the helm to do basic math. Like you as an officer have to at all time know what course you're going, and if you want to add 80 degrees to that, you have to do the math yourself. You can't just wait, tell the enlisted men to do that. Also, we were not allowed to do course changes bigger than 30 degrees. Like if you are on, let's say you're on course 010 and you want to go to 090, you can't just say go starboard to 090. You have to order him a rudder angle, and then 30 degrees before you reach 090, then you can tell him to go to course 090. Yeah. I didn't like it as much because I had to occupy my brain with unimportant stuff like that, and I think this is something that I could have delegated. Right, that's a beautiful angle on bow of 90. Both engines dead slow. 120 on the zoom in on the right side of the chart. What did I say? 120? God, I've got fucking TikTok brain and I don't even have TikTok. 130 now. 1, 2, 3, 10.2. Okay. And we switch to normal light. 10.2. There we go. Speed set. Target speed. Yes, beautiful. It's red 90. Yes. We've turned around. We have a tube in tube 1 anyway. Have you loaded it? No. Tube 4 then. Blood tube 4, 8 meters, lovely. 44 knots, lovely. Launch. Pause. I need to see this. Where's my boat? There's my boat. There's the tube. Look at that. If it was the case, they've patched that. That is nicely sliding out of the tube. I will not let you slander my beloved devs. I actually do like the devs a lot. I think they're amazing. First reason being, this game was not supposed to be this in-depth. They wanted this more to be like a management game, where you manage your officers' tasks and all that. And after the subsim community was like, excuse me devs, but this is the best subsim made in the last 10 years probably. Can you please make us do manual targeting and recognizing ships types and all that? And then the devs were like, yeah, okay, we can do that. And so they shifted their entire focus of the game to be like more of a subsim, because the fans wanted it. That's the first thing. Second thing is, if you watch the game credits, nice hit. Look at that. If you look at the game credits, they've included every single Kickstarter backer in their game credits. Absolutely mad. Beautiful dev team. They deserve your love. Yeah, we don't say Feuer in German, we say Los. Tube 1 Los, when basically it means tube 1, Rohr 1 Los, Tube 1 Go. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, we don't say fire. Also in the German Navy, we've got obviously, I think that's in NATO general. We've got the safeguard system. So I think it's NATO because it's an English word, and where would we use an English word? It's whenever you're on normal, whenever you're not on normal, what do you call it? Normal duty. You would say, this is a practice drill, and then you would sound the alarm or something like this. But if you're on deployment, this practice drill thing doesn't happen. And whenever something's real, you would say safeguard in front of it. So when you hear the word safeguard, it means that that's an actual thing that's happening right now. Safeguard man overboard means there's actually a man overboard. And then because, obviously, because sometimes people mess up the calls or anything, and sometimes a safeguard is called even though it's still a practice drill. Mistakes happen. It has now become custom in the German Navy that if you really mean it, if you really mean it, you say safeguard ohne Scheiß, so safeguard no shit, and then you know it's really real. So you've got a double prefix to make sure everybody understands that it's not a drill. Obviously that's not official, but it's a thing that has just gotten customary. I can't surface and force them to stop because they're part of a convoy. They are not neutral ships. I'm at war with America. If I surface, they will immediately just start firing. Right, there's the Stephen W. Arney. No, he was... Yeah, we do another history check. You know we do the history checks over here. Stephen W. Kearney. First of all, who was that man? Secondly, US American officer and politician. Lovely. Born in 1794. He is often mentioned within the conquest of California and is a veteran, and he is the father of the US American cavalry. Lovely. Now, the ship is that a real C3 freighter? Apparently not, but it's a good name for a ship. Yeah, I don't think she'll survive that, gonna be honest. Fire like that, very, very hard to stop. Especially I don't know what they've loaded. If they've got loaded ammunitions, then I would be already abandoning by now. And they probably are. Might have to surface though just to get ahead of them. Right, there's one Liberty back there. The SS AJ Cassette. The Bissau has gone down. This one they just abandoned, so she's going down. Just means that there's just the one that got away because he was lucky my stern tube was running afoul. It is, right? It's a pretty game. Like, that's the thing that blinded me when the game first came out in oh, what was that? It must have been 5-6 years ago now. When that came out in early access, I was struck by how beautiful it is, and then I just realized that it's not really a good game. And it wasn't when it first came out, because it was, you know, like I said, the focus was on managerial duty. Like, they wanted you to set your officer on the periscope, and then he would do the firing solution. Like, you didn't really have to do much. But it looked amazing. Now, if I compare it with Silent Hunter today, I have to say that it's much more involved because you actually see the damage. It's not just on a damage screen. It tells you where that you've got a hull breach in this and that compartment, but you can actually see it. You can walk through your boat. That's a big plus. And the food storage. That's something that just has never been done in any Silent Hunter game. So that's like, you have to not only take care of your fuel, but also of your food and your morale. And you've got personnel management. So it actually at this point it already has more features than any other subsim that I've ever played before. So I think Silent Hunter 3 is dethroned as the best subsim ever in my books. There are a few things that are still missing to make this game a perfect game, but I hope that we're gonna get there. And it looks astonishing. Like when you get a tanker hit and the tanker explodes in the darkest of nights, man, it looks simply amazing. Yeah, she's down. She's gone. Right, so let's do a bit of time compression to get ahead of this one.
Sie gehen unter! Ja!
Einer weniger.
Sie gehen
That was
unter!
expected. She's still zigzagging, look at that. Taking a bit of speed away from her. And she stopped zigzagging. And she sped up, look at that. He's running. We're not getting her. He's too fast. Aw, look at that. Okay, in that case... More than 10 knots now. Yeah, I guess the convoy has decided that it's no longer a convoy. It's every ship for itself. And since she can go 17 knots, she decided to say sayonara, and I'm gonna peace out. Actually, we are getting her. We're just not. She's just not going 009 anymore.
Kurs 3, 5, 9.
Yeah, we are getting her. Okay, never mind. I'll take it back.
Feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm!
Yeah, and that would be a problem now, because what they should be doing at the moment is they should be starting to fire at my periscope where they spotted me with their guns. But that's not in the game yet. I can just chill here, and they'll do some zigzags, yeah sure, but that's all they'll do. They won't fire at me. Devs, get on that. That needs to be a thing. Like if you spot a periscope, you're not just gonna do nothing. You're gonna open up with everything you've got on that. It might not do anything, but it's better than doing nothing. And wait, if you're lucky, maybe you hit the periscope, and then the submarine's blind. Or maybe, I mean, we know from Mythbusters, because we all grew up on that. If you hit the surface of the water at a shallow angle, the shell's just gonna splinter into 1,000 pieces and not gonna do much damage. But maybe you're lucky and one of those splinters hits the conning tower. Maybe that'll do some damage. It'll rattle the crew for one. It's gonna be bad for morale. You're gonna be worried about that. Yeah, absolutely. Like they should use the AA guns against ships, against subs, because the pressure hull of the submarine is a fickle thing. Like any sort of damage that you can do to that immediately takes the ability of the sub away. Dive deep. Like if I got hit by a 22mm shell or a 20mm shell on my pressure hull, and it wasn't punctured, but there was a little dent in it. Am I, as the submarine commander, gonna order my boat to go down to 220 meters? Probably not. I'll probably be wary about going down to 50 meters. Because the shipyard guarantees a dive depth of 90 meters with an undamaged boat. But a weakness in the pressure hull, it's gonna make me think twice or maybe 3 times about going down. So yeah, they absolutely should. They should fire at anything when they think that there's a submarine. They should be starting in that area. Should be starting to fire in that area. Right, 90 degrees to starboard. Let's try it.
90 Grad. Steuerbord.
Lovely. Both engines dead slow.
Voraus.
We've got the torpedo speed, the target speed set to 6.5, and I think that's probably still good. E3, so we're using the right side of the charts, and we're on the zoom in, so we use the rightmost column. I spot him on the zoom in at 80. Yeah, 80 milliradian. So that's 50, 60, 70, 80, 16.5. Closer than that. 16.5. We're gonna use which tube? Tube 2. Also, it's unmaintained. Not good. Tube 2. Blood tube 2. Torpedo speed 44. Is that set? Yes. 6.5. Good. We're gonna wait for her to zag. There she goes. Right. Red 90. Do another range check. Got a little bit closer. Yeah, there we go. 120. 120 means 11. Launch.
Los.
That looks good. Looks very good. Oof! Come on! And it slipped right underneath because it was not maintained. Ah, isn't it gorgeous?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Ah, you really have to maintain every single one of them. Doesn't matter. Same value. Tube 2. Oh, tube 1. Sorry. Last time we fired tube 2. And you're gonna run for 1.5, and then you're gonna veer left. And you're on magnetic pistol, by the way. These are. Launch!
Los.
Oh, the angle on bow is kind of skewed, but I think it should still be fine.
Herr Kapitän?
Nope, that's gonna pass our stern. Damn it!
Äußerste Kraft voraus. 90 Grad. Backbord.
30 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
And another 20 degrees.
Kurs.
There we go.
4, 5.
Herr Kaloi?
Perfect. Take care of all the tubes, please. We only got T3s left now.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
See, it's because we don't have Richard with us. That's the problem. Because we had to take a Spanish speaker because we're on the Southern Routes mission. That's why.
Kurs.
If Richard was here,
5.
everything would be great. Another 10 degrees.
Kurs. 6.
Put us on parallel. There we go. 45 degrees to close in the initial distance.
Kurs. 5, 1.
And another 45 degrees to go on the attack
Kurs. 9, 7.
course. And that's low.
Kleine
We will
Fahrt
remain
voraus.
here. We don't want to get much closer than this, but we also don't want to lose our course. On the zoom in, I spot him at 120. That's the distance that we've already set. That's 11. But we're going to get closer than this. Right, torpedoes, which are maintained and which aren't. All of them are maintained except for tube 3. So I'm going to maintain tube 3. Tube. Come on. Tube 3.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich
We're gonna use tube 1 on this one. Tube 1 is set. Tube 1 is flooded. Tube 1 is 83 now, so we have to use 30 knots. So we have to set the speed angle again, the speed value, 6.5. Let's try that. That's 150 milliradian. 880 meters. Angle on bow is red 90, all set. Well, actually, red 80. Set. One launch. Did I forget to set that to a magnetic?
Erwarte Ihre Befehle.
We will soon find out.
Torpedomodul eingewartet.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden.
How am I fucking up so bad right now? Are you all set to magnetics? Yes, you are. Okay, tube 2. Flood tube 2. 8. Good. Distance.
Rohr 2
On
bewässert.
the zoom out, it's 45 milliradian, so it's somewhere between 830 and 660, so we're just gonna go 700. Angle on bow is 110. Set. Launch.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Any more tubes left? 2 more, okay.
Herr Kaloin. 40 Sekunden bis
It looks good though.
20 Sekunden
Oh, that looks very good.
bis Einschlag.
Nice. Like,
Schwere Schäden.
Schneller, schneller.
that's the engine gone. It just blew out their boiler.
Ruder hart Backbord.
Oh, okay, good. We got him now. Thankfully. Now we just have to wait until she sinks. And then there's another ship.
Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Ruder Mitschiffs.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll have to pay that for my... I don't have to pay for that myself. Ooh, okay. Very, very lucky ship. But I mean, her luck has run out. That means that there's only one left, and that is the one back there. There she is. You're not getting away. Both engines slow.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kleine
That's
Fahrt
slow.
voraus.
You're not gonna tell me that I need another torpedo for
Die
that, right?
Besatzung evakuiert
No, I
das
don't.
Schiff.
There we go. They're leaving. Okay, so that means even if they don't sink, I can just deck gun them. Out of port.
Ruder hart Backbord.
And the
Ruder
midships.
Mitschiffs.
She does not want to go down. Not a problem. We'll just mark our location. Where are we? All the way up here. Oof. Bounty hunt +6. There we go. Crew is loving it. Right, while we wait for her to close it, I'm gonna get myself a nice coffee refill. I'll be right back. $18,000. Wait, hang on. So, is that a mistake in the comma there, or is it 183,044, or is it 18,304.4? Probably 183 counted for inflation, right? Yeah, also ammunition and all that stuff is ridiculously expensive. There we are. Lovely. Let's catch up to her. She's zigzagging. She knows her friend is under attack. So, 009 minus 90 degrees. Or plus 270 degrees, or the other way around. 279er. That's gonna be our intercept course. Also, why did I do that with the calculator? Jesus Christ, 9 plus 270. 270. Yeah, I tell you, I've got fucking TikTok brain, man. I'm losing it. I think she stopped zigzagging. That's almost a constant bearing, so we're doing a nice intercept here. Hope a little bit. What beautiful weather for an attack, by the way. Look at the sea state. It's gorgeous. Right, maintain tube number 3. I don't want to run a cold torpedo again by accident. You are too popular and now you're getting distracted. Yeah, that's it. You're right. it's not me getting old or anything, or me not doing enough math in my day-to-day. That's it, yeah. No, it should not. That's the great thing. When you're working for the government, you can spend tax dollars liberally. Alright, both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Right, the C3 is the left side of the column. Make the periscope. You get on the other tube. You get on the dive planes. Hide us. That's 100 milliradian on the zoom in. So that means 990 meters, but I'm not going to put that into the... Well, I'm going to put it in, but that's not going to be the final range, because he's getting closer. Actually, we can do that again. At 295, 990 meters. So 0.99 times 1.852 to turn that into miles. 1.8 miles away. Is it? Is it the other way around? The other way around. 5 cables. Yeah, that's more like it. What was the bearing? Forgot that. 300. At 5 cables.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
And she's going a course of 009. We know this. So that means her final approach distance will be 2 cables. That's very close by. 0.2 times 1.1852 is 370 meters. So we're going to assume her to be 370 meters away. Actually, that's super close. I'm going to do it anyway. Aww. That is the highest praise I've ever received. Thank you for that. Also, speaking of Wolfpack, not the channel, but the game. I'm probably gonna do some Wolfpack in the future with some other creators. I don't know if we're gonna do the stream in English though, so I'm not don't want to promise too much. Maybe I can convince them to do it in English for a greater audience. But we're gonna get some people in a boat and try some Wolfpack again. Multi-crewing one of those type 7s. That would be awesome. I hope that comes to fruition, this plan. Right, what do we have? I see him. Oh, he's what's that? 50 milliradian? Probably. 50 milliradian on the 19.8? No. 500 meters there. Speed is 6.5. Dry, empty. Tube 4, still got one in it. Tube 4, lovely. We are gonna take Tube 4. Bow receiver.
Rohr 4 bewässert.
There we go. That's a nice angle on bow of green 90. We turned around. 500, everything set. Lovely. Is it a magnetic? Yes, it is. You're gonna run for 700 meters and then veer right. 4. Launch!
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Very hard to miss on these distances.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
It depends on when. Depends on when you are in the war. At this point in the war, I could probably remove the deck gun. But in the early days of the war, like up to 42, I probably would keep it.
Schwere Schäden.
Why is there an explosion on deck? Is that a secondary explosion?
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Ah, the starboard!
Steuerbord.
3 times the jump. Thank you, man. It's probably the most appropriate use of cheers, because we're actually cheering as the ships get hit. The crew would cheer. The most literal form of the term, I guess. And look at that, our compressed air is down to 83% because we pushed out so many torpedoes. I think I only have one left, right? And he's in the and the torpedo's in the right tube. Lovely. So I can fill the rest up back with T1s. Almost like I planned that, but I didn't. Are you gonna sink? You probably sink.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Evacuating, lovely. Could be, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It uses air. Yeah. Because the torpedo is not just going out by its own propeller. It's getting pushed out by compressed air, and that is actually stimulated in the game. That you need some compressed air to do that. Yeah, that's accurate. Right, and we don't need the calculator, and we don't need that mat anymore. That was the convoy, yeah, it was. Well, she's not sunk yet, and then there's still the D3 somewhere around. Yeah, she's not sunk yet, and I haven't gotten the achievement yet. Also, by the way, guys, I just looked that up earlier, because that's the last achievement I got, Operation Drumbeat. 0.7% of all players have got that achievement to finish Operation Drumbeat. Guys, you gotta get back into Uboat. This can't be. You have to get it back in there. You have to, actually play Uboat. Uboat is great. Play it. Play it now. Stop watching this and start playing Uboat. Uboat, it's great. Like, I've taught you all I know. You can do it. Or maybe not all I know. But nothing other useful knowledge has come up so far. Yeah, at the start of the war you basically only have the T1 and the T2. And they are vastly different, and they're basically it pretty much stays the same throughout the entire war. You've got the T1, which is the G7A, which is the steam-powered torpedo, which goes super fast, 44 knots if you want it to. Which that makes a lot of your mistakes smaller, because if the torpedo takes less time to get to its target, then the more you're allowed to make a little bit bigger of a mistake, you know. Good, Isaac, very good. Yeah, play Uboat. Uboat is amazing. And the steam-powered torpedo is the T1, G7A, super speed, but it leaves a visible bubble trail. That's the problem. The T2, the G7E, is the electrically powered one. No bubble trail, but it can only go 30 knots. That's the difference. And then they update the torpedo impact pistols and magnetic pistols. Like, that's minor modifications to the torpedo itself, but it doesn't change the overall torpedo. It only changes the pistol inside of the warhead. And then later you get the T3, which is basically it's also the G7E. It's the same torpedo. It's just a little bit updated. They had a bit of problems. Thank you. They had a little bit of problems with the G7E at the start of the war, so they updated that. So the G7E, like the T3, is what the T2 was actually supposed to be, but they fucked it up in development a little bit. IRL, not the devs. And then later on you get the Zaunkönig, which is a acoustic homing torpedo. Super crazy tech. Amazing that was available in World War II. It's crazy. But the Allied had something like that as well, the Fido, but that was an anti-submarine warfare torpedo. So were not designed for surface ships, but specifically designed to hunt submarines. So at the start of the war, you basically just get the choice between the T1 and the T2. The T1 is very reliable, but you can spot it on the surface. The T2 is a bit unreliable, but it's invisible to the enemy. That's the long and short of it, basically. Right, 80 knots. Let's close in. Maybe we can board her. You can steal some supply. I mean, legally obtain some war essential equipment.
Kurs 1, 0,
Maybe they're full of
0.
gold again. Then I can
Kurs
defect to
9,
Argentina.
8.
Yes, true. And they also had the Type 1 submarine. I think they built 4 of them. Like it's kind of surprising, right? You look at the the German submarines and you figure out that the first submarine they ever used is the Type 2. Why? What happened to the Type 1? Well, they built 4 of them. They were a lot larger. They were almost like the Type 9s. But they were more like U-cruisers. They had like, I think, 2 deck guns or anything. That they changed their tactic very, very quickly. I think they did not do war prizes because the submarine crews didn't really have enough. They didn't have enough crew to send them on a ship to sail it to the next harbor. I think in World War I they did it briefly at the beginning, and then when they still had constricted U-boat warfare.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And both engines
Alle
stop.
Maschinen. Stopp.
Herr Kaloin, ich bin erschöpft. Ich benötige eine kurze Auszeit.
Engler.
Ah,
Herr Oberfähnrich, you are the newest addition to this crew. Well, not anymore, because we've got a new torpedo mechanic. But you don't complain, man. You're just happy that you're here, and you're thankful for the opportunities that you get. Be under the command of such a successful U-boat commander. You could be on someone else's boat, and you could probably die. So don't complain. Oh, actually, let's change.
Alarm beenden.
Get rid of the alarm state. They have worked for. They have worked very long. Okay,
Herr Kaloin,
we can probably pump out the boat,
Pumpe einschalten.
and we can probably service the boat.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe.
And then we can also turn on the electric compressor
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
as we rise to the surface, right next to our stricken boat ship. That's something I find very interesting. I noticed with English speakers that they always reference ships as boats for some reason.
Motoren wechseln.
That thing over there is not a boat. That's not a boat. That's a ship. This is a boat. That's a boat. That's a ship. Boat, ship. Those things next to it, those are boats.
Zeit für eine
Right.
Auszeit.
You're on duty. Okay, never mind. You can go to bed though. After drinking 2 cups of coffee, that'll be good. Did that thing turn on? Yes, lovely. Okay. Well, first of all, as lifeboats, I'm not supposed to rescue survivors anymore, but we still want to capture commanding officers and chief engineers, so we're gonna do that. Actually, they're civilians, right? So they are actually captains, not commanding officer. Hello, you two. Welcome aboard. Then we're gonna send a radio report
Funkraum besetzt.
that we took down this entire convoy. No, actually, we're gonna get the other boat sunk as well. Ship! Why am I doing it? Do I want to send? Oh, I have to look through the entire of the. No, that's too risky. I'm not gonna do that. I've had that before when I sent a crew over to look through the cargo hold and the ship just sank, and then I lost 3 of my officers and 7 sailors. That's not gonna happen to me again. Right, sure, let's get on the gun.
Deckgeschütz besetzen.
Right, 1, 2, 3 men. Where's the 4th one? There's the 4th one. HE rounds. Fire! Nah, one more. Now we'll wait for the effect of that, because I think she's already going down a little bit, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, if you can, for sure. Very hard to hit below the waterline though, because the second your shell hits the water, it's going to detonate, and then you get nothing. Although sometimes with ships, when you've got the stern already filled up with water, the other compartments are the air is being compressed in that, and so sometimes you just need to poke a hole anywhere in the superstructure for the compressed air to rush out, and then the thing will sink. So you don't even need to hit below the waterline, because all the compartments below deck are basically under overpressure because of the water rushing in. But it doesn't look like that was the case here. We can probably take a few more, yes. Actually, that worked. Hit the surface and still hit the hull. 2. 3. That one didn't work. And one more. That one worked. Yeah, you can see she's lower in the water in the front now. There used to be a lot more red visible here. So she is flooding. And there's no one doing battle damage control, so she will sink. I'm fairly certain. Yeah. Well, not officially yet.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Let's get on the other side. Number 10.
Ruder 10 Grad. Steuerbord.
Hard starboard.
Hart Steuerbord.
I could have sent someone over. That thing was far from sinking. Midships.
Ruder Midschiffs.
Let's get her right there. Oof. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. And that's half our ammo already. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
That's a tough ship. First she evades all of my torpedoes, and now she doesn't want to go down after being struck by one torpedo right below her keel and being shelled by 15 88mm shots. What a tough beast. She is sinking though, right? Like all of the hits are now below the water. Now she's listing towards me. Come on, boat. Ship. There she goes. Steam, where's my achievement? I didn't get it. Sink a convoy that is at least 10 ships. I think this convoy wasn't 10 ships in total. Oh, damn it. Okay, 15 messages worth 40,600 points. Yeah, okay, that's good. Well done, boyos. You've earned your rest. Just kidding. Get back on duty. Both engines, low speed ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Right, now do I head home straight away? Or no? 14 days at sea? We've just got here.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Exactly, yep, that's where we're heading. What a beautiful action. Right, you can get off the radio, and then we'll get back to our standard duty roster. And that should be good for the crew. They'll get some sleep in every 6 hours. They desperately need. And we can also give the captain and the chief engineer to the milk cow. They're better suited to take on prisoners than we are. Right. And that's Menzel. Get on the radio room
Funkraum besetzen.
and order us a resupply. No, not radio. Resupply. God.
Funkspruch erhalten.
U460, rendezvous coordinates. Coordinates is 16 degrees and 48 minutes north and 24 degrees and 1 minute west. Supply ship will wait there for 1 day. Good. Get back on your radar warning receiver. You are our lifeline. Oh, look at that. They're doing sightseeing as well.
Kurs setzen.
Both engines
Halbe
half
Fahrt
ahead.
voraus.
Not keep them waiting unnecessarily long.
Kurs setzen.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Now I wonder when the next campaign goal is gonna drop. Because I need one more like grand campaign here, like Drumbeat or that one's new, or did I always miss that? They've got a bloody Air Force base on Bermuda. Hindley Air Force Base. I've been there before in my life. If you're ever in Bermuda, in, what's the town called? Hamilton? Check if the Flanagan's is still there. That was great Irish pub / restaurant. That was awesome. Well, I need to get my milk cow out of there then. He's now in range of 2 Air Force. Oh man, nowhere is safe anymore, I suppose. That one too. That one's semi-safe, I guess. Damn. I'll leave it for now. For now. Can you not send a crew out on land on island for fresh meat and fruits? I don't know. That would be cool, I guess. I don't know if that was ever done, really. Don't think we have time to hunt.
Uboat, 5 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
5 degrees. We've turned towards her a little bit more. Oh yeah, lovely. Thank you, Borcom device. That is beautiful.
Kurs 2, 5, 5.
There she is. Hello, U460.
Kurs setzen.
Both engines slow.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Both engines dead slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Kurs setzen.
Also, it would be cool if the boats would actually moor together when they resupply. Because that's the real danger. Like, you're moored together, you're doing supplies, and then suddenly an enemy aircraft shows up.
Alle Maschinen
Can't do anything at
stoppen.
that point. You have to cut the lines and try to dive and hopefully not crash into each other while doing it. There we go. Could you throw a line over there? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah. Send the delegation! Horseman is tired. Okay, why is he tired?
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
I mean, you could have some coffee to get you through your shift. Right next to the coffee cow.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, they could just do it as a like fast forward thing, like press this button to dock, and then they just load in the game with the boat, the two boats docked together as one model or something like that. Transfer survivors, have fun with those too. But yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, sometimes less is more. Right, they've got a Zaunkönig. Now, on that, I figured that out. I should not have that in the game yet. First of all, I did not research them early. I let the headquarters research that for me. So the game is of the opinion that we should have access to the Zaunkönig. But the Zaunkönig was actually first deployed in, I think, August. I think it was August. First deployment, what was it? Or for the first delivery? What was it? Oh, they even made a Soundkönig 2. Nice. Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, they did the Falcon first, but that one wasn't as successful, and then they did the Zaunkönig. Yeah, and U972, by the way, was sunk by its own Zaunkönig, so that was not that good. There we go. Hang on. The first used on the 24th of September 1943, attacking convoy Oscar November 202. I think the English article tells me when they got their first. Yeah, there we go. The first ATT-5s were delivered on the 1st of August 1943. So the entire flotilla, so the entire U-boat force, received a shipment of 80 Type 5s in August 1943. So I first of all, I have to share them with every other U-boat commander. Only 80 for all of us. And that was delivered on August 1st, 1943. So it's a few months until then. So I'm not going to take any T5s because I think I should not have them yet. That would give me an unfair advantage. We're going to take some food though, that's for sure. And I'll need deck gun ammo. And he doesn't... Oh, why the hell? Why the hell do you carry 82 rounds of illumination? Who needs that? I mean, I can take the AP, I guess. And we're gonna need a T1, and we're gonna need a T3, and I guess I'll have to take the T2 because that's the only thing that's available. Right, let's see. Barfeld. I suppose... yeah. Yeah, and that's it. Nothing else for me here. Coffee. And did I drop a decoy? I think I did. 16 seconds. Did I drop a decoy? I think I did. I did drop 2 decoys, but I can't get any new ones because my stocks are full. A problem. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'm gonna have to return later to get more torpedoes. As of now, I'm gonna leave this boat. And we're gonna check for some more shipping. Because we do have a few torpedoes. If we run across a... what is it called? A convoy. We're gonna struggle a bit with the amount of torpedoes that we have. But for single ships, I think we're okay.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Bye, thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry. Zaunkönig. I'm gonna write that in chat. That is the German word for the bird Wren, W-R-E-N. And it's the acoustic homing torpedo. So they named those after birds. The first one was the Falke, that is falcon in German. And the second one was the Zaunkönig, and then the Zaunkönig 2. And then the last one was the Gaia, which is... what's Gaia in English? A vulture, I think? Yes, vulture. The last one was the vulture, and that one was... I think it was never really introduced. And the Allies already had the Foxer. As a sonar decoy. Yeah, summer 1944 they tested the Gaia. Very, very complicated to build, and they only ever made 50 and between 50 and 100. They put it in service in autumn of 1944. Oh, and it ignored the Foxer countermeasure. Interesting. Oh, and it had a variable depth, so the Gaia or the Vulture could have gone after enemy submarines as well, theoretically. But yeah, like I said, they only built 50 or 100 of them, so I'm more than happy if they don't include this in this game. I would like to see the Falke, though. That would be cool. Like, generally, I'm always happy when they add more content. Like, whatever it is, just more. Just give me more. Yeah, the thing about the Zaunkönig is that it had a speed of 24 knots. And any destroyer can go faster than that. So if you're under the impression as a U-boat, as a destroyer commander, that there's a sub in the area that might have acoustic homing torpedoes, you just get all 4 boilers online, which you do anyway if you're on battle stations, and then you just go flank speed. And then if it's not coming directly at you, it's most likely gonna just do a pendulum maneuver and just swing back and forth inside your wake It's not gonna hit you. Because it's too slow. And they had the Foxer, for sure. But the Foxer was actually not that good, because they had to slow down to 24 knots to tow that. So I think aggressive maneuvers and flank speed is probably a better countermeasure. Right. Oh, look at that. What a gorgeous game. Right, let's give us a quick dive. Let's do a little sound check here. 50 meters.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Now, what's our torpedo loadout looking like? Yeah, we can probably stuff that into tube 1. Get some helpers there.
Hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, Herr Convoy.
Yeah, so I actually have a nice little loadout here. So I've got the torpedo type 1, T1, the G7A. It says it on there, on the bottom row there. G7A, so that's the steam-powered one, but it has a pistol 3 in it. So the detonator on it that decides when the torpedo is going to explode, that is actually very, very modern. But the torpedo is like the basic standard beginning of the war torpedo. Then I've got a T2, the G7 electric, G7E torpedo. Standard issue, electric Kriegsmarine torpedo with a revised version of the P1 pistol. So you've got the pistol 1, but it's got the plus behind it because they basically took another look at that pistol and they decided, there's something wrong with it. We need to modify a little bit. So it's not a new version, it's still pistol number 1, but it's got its like weaning problems resolved. So it's a modified pistol. Then I've got a T3 with a pistol 2 in it. So that's the better version of the pistol 1, but it's not quite the pistol 3 yet. And I've got 2 of those. And then these two in the bottom here are FAT torpedoes, so Flächenabsuch torpedoes, search pattern torpedoes. They run for the initial run length. Then at some point they decide, oh, I've run the set length that my commander told me to. I haven't hit anything. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to start my search pattern. I'm going to up and down until I find something. Or until my range of 7.5 kilometers runs out. And then it's just going to drop to the bottom and not detonate.
50 Meter.
That's actually a problem for after the war. Because during the war, you don't want UXO, unexploded ordnance, because, you know, that could go up whenever. You don't like that. But as a U-boat commander, you don't want your torpedo to explode at the end of its runtime, because if you miss, and then suddenly there's an explosion somewhere, the entire convoy obviously will know that there's a submarine in the area. So back then, the torpedoes just ran to the bottom. They when they ran out, they just dropped down. And then in the years after the war, they had to. I mean, still today, we've got minesweepers combing the Baltic Sea, looking for mines, looking for unexploded ordnance. And it's it's in our doctrine that the Baltic Sea will never be free of ammunition. Like, we've just decided that. Like, even if we find everything, we will never know that we found everything. So we're just going to consider the Baltic Sea to be mined and having unexploded ordnance around forever.
Meter.
Yeah, well, you would see either you would be lucky that you spot the submarine on radar, because in the end of the war you could, like, the standard tactic was to engage on surface, and at some point the Allies developed radar, and then the U-boats couldn't do that anymore. So you could be lucky and spot it on radar before it dives, so then you know that's a submarine in the area, or you could spot it on hydrophone, or worst case scenario, you notice it by them hitting a freighter. So at that point, you know, okay, submarine in the area. We know that they have this new acoustic torpedo, because our intelligence told us. Flank speed, let's go. And there was an ambulance going by. Probably because I said flank speed, let's go. And we didn't spot anything. Nothing down here. I'll wait for a while. So yeah, we dived at 1934 and it's now midnight and we're down to 41% air quality. Yes, so you can dive for quite a while. If you slim down your crew, you can stay down a little bit longer. Like I could probably sail with only 18 men instead of 20, and then we could stay submerged a little while longer. And if you've got 8 prisoners on board, they obviously breathe, so they take some of your air as well, and then your dive time is shortened a little bit. Right, we surfaced. Turn on the compressor. Then we're gonna comb the area. We dive every now and then. Check for neutral shipping. That's our mission. Check for neutral shipping.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Down we go.
25 Meter.
45 Meter.
Right, I'm gonna wait for the watch change because actually, hang on. I can just wake him up. Sorry, Menzel. Get on the hydrophone. Now there's a little trick. To go on battle stations and send all of my leader characters to the command station and give them sailors. And every action gets 15% better, and that includes the hydrophone range. For some reason. But now all of a sudden he can listen 77 miles, even though the weather would not allow that. Still doesn't hear anything though. Cancel alarm. See that drop down? Now it's only 47 miles. Oh, sorry. Wrong sailor. There we go. Bring us back to the surface then. 6 officers, well, 7 officers, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Yes. 7 officers, 20 crew. Which is half of what that should be. I think the Type 7 had like 40 men. 46, something like that. Yeah, but it's hard to make a full submarine crew, I suppose, because everybody would have their little station where they work. And right now, you only have... I've got 1 sailor permanently on the valves, because I set that to be a thing. Standardized, it's not in the game. You have to tell them. Usually this one is not set. I gave that priority 6 because I always want someone to stand there. So in order I have to give a crash dive, there's immediately someone there and immediately operates the valves, and not someone has to get up from their bunk or something like that, because that is precious time. So I've got 1 on the valves, 1 in the radio room, 1 is cleaning, 1 is in the galley, and 1's on the helmsman station. That's it. But you need a hell of a lot more sailors like that. Like, especially in the engine room, like there wouldn't just be 2 people there, like just an officer and 1 dude. There would be like probably like 5 or 6 men maintaining the engine. There would also be an electrical watch, because obviously even if the electric engine is off, there's still electronics going on. Yeah, there's a lot more things to do in the submarine, but the more crew you have got on station, then the more there's a chance for bugs and all that. I get why the devs don't want to do that. And the easiest way, gameplay-wise, is just to keep the crew at 20. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, these would not all be officers. For example, the radio guys, they would not be officers. They would be petty officers. On a U-boat, you'd have, I think, 4 officers. Maybe 5. So we'd have the commanding officer, a first officer of the watch, second officer of the watch, if you're lucky a third officer of the watch, and the chief engineer. That's it. So the Sparfeld, the one who's on the engine right now, he would be a petty officer, like a Feldwebel, Feldwebel, Bootsmann. So a petty officer, what is that? A chief petty officer, probably? Yeah, something like that, along those lines. So the radio men would be petty officers, the mechanic would be a chief petty officer, And yeah, that's it. And then you've got officers of the watch. Because they need nautical knowledge, they have to be, like, they take care of navigation and bridge watch. They have to have some level of education, like nautical education, so you need those to be officers. And then the commanding officer, of course. But radio operators, that's petty officer duty. For some reason in this game it has to be an officer. I don't know why. But I mean, it's fine. Still a game after all. I'm not... At that point we're really nitpicking, you know? So, I'm okay with that.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Right.
Kondensstreifen.
Ah!
290 Grad.
Aircraft. And we didn't pick it up on our radar warning. So it doesn't have radar. Or it's got its radar turned off. But if they don't have radar, then they might not spot us. Get on the gun. Hey, Pinsel. I know that name.
Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug! Heilung! 290 Grad!
Right, flanks fleet.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ja, Herr Kaloy, ich kümmere mich darum. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Yeah, she doesn't have radar. Very lucky. And now they've spotted us. Yeah, I suppose. When you're being fired on, you tend to take notice. So we could have slipped away, I guess. Ah, well. My trigger-happy first watch officer gave our position away. Right, in that case, full speed.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, and he needs to start the circle and all that. I think we're gonna get him. That's true, yeah. Woo! That was a missile. And we got her. No hull breach. Minor damage. What do we have? The anti-air and the Borcom device. Okay, that's odd. He hit us on the stern. No wounded men either. Beautiful. Okay, Lime Cooler, get on it. Out to port. Where did that plane go down? Over there. Get one of you men to repair the tower. No radar? What missiles? Interesting. Gotta love the Mosquito, the Wooden Wonder. Yeah, we dismantled a complete convoy today as well. We had, we took it on in 2 separate engagements. Unfortunately, I didn't get the Steam achievement, because the convoy was, I think, 9 ships or 8 ships or something like that. So, Steam achievement requires you to have a convoy with 10 ships. So, just short. Very unfortunate. But what can you do?
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Right, Menzel.
Funkraum besetzen.
Get on the radio and send the mission, the report that we shot down a plane. What was that? Bristol Bowfighter Mark 10. Okay.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I'm surprised it didn't have radar.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Well, I mean, it's launched from an airbase in an African colony. Probably not that high on the list of refits. Not that high on the priority list.
Kurs setzen.
Well done, Limekühler.
Ihre Befehle.
Your boys are still working. Very good.
Schäden am Turm
And
reparieren.
get the Metox repaired.
Kurs setzen.
Not the Metox. Sorry. We've upgraded. We've got the Borcom device now. That's a save. Very lovely.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I don't think we can pull the pilots out. That thing already sank. At least I think it did.
Ja,
Scheinwerfer einschalten. Kurs setzen.
Yeah, that thing's gone. Okay.
ich erwarte
Too
Ihre
bad
Befehle.
for them.
Scheinwerfer ausschalten.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Right, Borcom is back online. Lovely. Report sent. You can go back to bed. You guys already are in bed. And then you should have generated some spare parts, but you couldn't because our stocks are full. Damn. Forty ships big, Jesus Christ. Oh god, what a horrible thing to happen. That must be the first time ever that I can't keep up with chat. I'm sorry if I read over something. You guys are very talkative and I like it. Alright, pressed A is going back up. Lovely.
Kurs
Let's
setzen.
head down to the southwest corner of our AO. And then at 6:30, pretty much right now, we're gonna do another dive. It's down to 50. Oh, and I also,
50
damn it, I shouldn't have run on full speed the whole way. And down we go.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Right, Menzel, do you hear anything?
25 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch.
Yes, you do.
Großer
Oh.
Konvoi. Peilung 240 Grad.
But that's not what we're here for. We don't have enough torpedoes for that.
Schiff. Peilung 105 Grad.
That's what we're here for. And they're moving away as well. 104? Maybe we can catch up to that one.
Koordinaten setzen.
Okay, so 345 degrees, 16 to 26. 345 up to 26.
Herr Kaloi,
16 to 26, that's a margin of 10 miles. Somewhere on that line. At 6:27. We're gonna observe that until it's 7:27.
Meter.
7:27. 3:19. 10 to 16. Okay. Yeah, it's not going the way I expected. 3:19, 10 to 16. That's a margin of 6 miles now. Somewhere on that line. So course approximation 7:27. Course approximation is 237 with a speed of 4 knots. Never. But we can do a proper intercept like that, and we can observe it a little bit more. Yeah, I know. It's fine.
200 Grad.
Man, the way that the friendly submarines just throw themselves into the fire is crazy. Like whenever I see any friendly submarine at a convoy, I'll immediately know it's gonna die. They somehow always manage to get sunk. So we're waiting for 8:27. And I think there's a plane going overhead. Because I can't fast progress. We're certainly not close to the bottom. It's 5,000 meters deep here.
Herr Kapitän?
Oh, actually, we're close to them. That's why. 21 degrees, 2 to 5 miles. That was odd. So either they're already changing course in between, and that's why I didn't get a good reading over the 2 hours, or they are... Or that was a very, very bad misread. It could have been something like this, I suppose. But then it would still be 6 knots, and that's 5 knots. Yeah, that could work. Yeah. These readings obviously are always a bit inaccurate. Okay, periscope depth then.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Bestätige.
Well, then you're gonna be one of the very, very few players who get the achievement for drumbeat. Maybe it'll go up to 0.8% when you finish this. Well done. Drumbeat was a lot of fun, I agree. It was a bit of a letdown because, well, we could just sail into New York and Boston and just completely wreak havoc there, and we were completely uninterrupted there. No one tried to stop us. So that needs a bit of work. There need to be harbor defenses and all that. But the convoys, especially up here in Nova Scotia, where it's so shallow, that was fun. That was very nerve-wracking. Look at that here. 20 to 50 meters deep. 100 to 200 meters deep. I mean, yeah, even I drew a line in here because that's where it gets deeper, and the convoys were just hogging this line, and they were always trying to stay where it's shallow so that I couldn't dive away. Very, very cool.
Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Thank you.
Für Rundblick eingesteuert.
19 degrees. There she is.
20 Grad.
Okay. Bring us 20 degrees to port.
Kurs 2, 6, 3. Kurs 2, 6, 4.
That's a constant bearing. Pretty good. That's a Spaniard again, yeah. Di Monte Bustello. That sounded more Italian than Spanish, I'm sorry about that. Right, surface the boat.
Anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Herr Kaloin,
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
And both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Guten Tag! Papers, please.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Right, I need my navigator and one of my merchants, that is Rossmann. And I also need Franz Sparfeld, who we specifically took on this mission because he's a Spanish speaker. Go. Well, I'm just gonna take a guess. The way that she's going, like this southwestern, she's gonna claim that she's going to Buenos Aires, and that's likely gonna be correct. And she's likely not part of the war effort. Port of Buenos Aires transports medicinal supplies. Well, first of all, I'm just going to claim that it's incorrect. That had no success. Such cargo is not normally carried to Buenos Aires, and he does not agree. And also, when you're not going to Buenos Aires when he clearly is. Yeah. Still gonna search the cargo hold. But I don't think we'll have success here. He's clearly going to Buenos Aires. And also the Spanish are our semi-friends in this war, so can't really cause an international incident with them. Found anything? No, everything's correct. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Gracias, muchas gracias, señor. Buena suerte en tu viaje a Buenos Aires. Y muchas gracias por tu cooperación. Hasta luego.
Funkraum besetzen.
And we're going to send a report regardless, because we did some work.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Right. And then I think we're going to head back to the milk cow and get some more torpedoes.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
True enough, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not pro Franco or anything. I mean, I went to Spain and they still have the Viva Franco murals everywhere and all that. Like they have that. They have a lot of people who still romanticize that part of their history, and that it's like not that pretty. But you have to give it to him. Like out of all the fascist regimes, like Mussolini, Franco, and Hitler, Franco held out the longest. Like he knew that he then needs to stay out of all of that, and he managed to stay in power until like well into the 70s, I think. So just on that, you know, he was smarter than the other two, I suppose.
Funkraum besetzen.
Right, I need a resupply.
Funkspruch erhalten.
U460 is available. Oh, all the way up there.
Setzen. Kurs setzen.
Wir haben neue Befehle
Oh.
erhalten.
Oh! The enemy is passing a very valuable sonar prototype on board Carol Lombard cargo ship headed towards port of Freetown, where it will undergo further testing. Sinking that ship will noticeably slow enemy progress in developing this technology. We estimate that it's currently passing through square Delta Uniform 449er with a course of 184. The ship is moving in a convoy traveling at a speed of 7 knots. Well, there was no... They didn't give me any order. Thanks for the information. Okay, they expect me to sink that, I suppose. Yep, okay. Okay. Delta Uniform 449er. Is it coming over the pond by any chance? No, Delta is up here. Delta Echo. Where is Delta Uniform? There. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not good. Need time to resupply. The course of what was that? 184? 184, 7 knots. Okay. That'll be 30 hours. I suppose we can resupply and still catch it.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Mastspitze, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 0 Grad. Uboat 355 Grad.
There she is. What beautiful weather. Excellent for resupplies.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs setzen.
And both engines slow.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And both engines
Kleine
dead
Fahrt
slow.
voraus.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Right. Now let's make this a quick one. I love how chunky those boats are. Look at that. What a fat submarine. Can you capture that device instead? I think once before I managed to damage one of those freighters and then board it afterwards, and I think it was just empty. See that cargo? Okay, I need some bread, I need some pork. Actually, let me stock my galley before we do that. Can take some more bread into the galley. 15 of those, and 15 sausages, and 17 pork. 18 bread. And 23 pork. Very good. Fuel, thank you. Ammunition, you still don't have any HE for me, but we can take some anti-air shells. And some spare parts if you have them. Yes, you do. Very nice, thank you. Torpedoes. Well, that'll have to be enough. 6 hours. Now the question is,
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
does the convoy actually move when I do this fast forwarding stuff? Because if it does, then he's just moved quite a bit. I recently visited the wreck with a diver and it just had tires. Yeah. Yeah. Like, that would be a very, very cool thing if they implemented it that way. They probably won't, but I'll tell you what I mean. Let's say you do, like, the game has a counter when they drop the Type 21 DLC. That's what I'm talking about. Because if it's historically accurate, then you get the Type 21 in April 45, and then you play around with it for half a month, and then the war ends. But it would be very, very cool if they had, like, a system of you stopping key British and Allied missions, like picking up one of those, like delaying their development of the hydrophone or the sonar thing that this mission is, or whatever, any other sort of critical stop Allied R&D sort of mission. And if you do enough of them, you enter this alternate history mode where the war lasts on for, I don't know, until 46 or something. And you get to play around with the Type 29, the Type 21 a bit longer. Like, obviously the war still ends with Germany losing and all that, that's all fine. But you manage to draw out the war a bit longer, and then you get to play with the Type 21 for a while longer. That would be a cool system. But if I had to guess, I'll probably say they will do it like Silent Hunter 3, and you can just get the Type 21 in April 44. Something like that. And also, I blame Silent Hunter 3 for the subsims obsession with the Type 21. Because in Silent Hunter 3, the Type 21 was absolutely amazing, and in IRL, it just wasn't. On paper, it was. Right, so, what was I saying? We got that mission at 7:09 on the 20th of April. 7:09 is when that information was just revealed to us. Also, why is that? Okay. Why was that all the way over there? Never mind. Oh, because it was not zoomed in. 449, alright? Yes. Ah. Sorry. It was correct. Good. 74 miles, no. 70. 70. There we go. It's now 14:29, so it's about 7 hours later. So 7 times 7, 49. So they've traveled 49 hours, 49 miles. So they should be right here. Unless, of course, during the fast forwarding, nothing actually moves, which I don't know. In that case, if they move, which I'm just gonna assume they do, I think the game is smart enough for that, right? That would mean midnight. And 30 minutes. until there. 346 miles. Okay. That's a long distance.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
What are we traveling? 13 miles per hour? 14? 14 knots. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, Black May is coming up. Another 10 days and then it's Black May. And that's gonna hurt the U-boat force like nothing else before. So, we are traveling with 13 knots, 346. 346 divided by our speed of advance of 13 knots means 26 hours. So just over a day. And that is a distance of 10 hours for them. So another 10 hours later we'll be there.
Kurs setzen.
That's 317 miles. Seven knots times 24 hours equals a distance of 186 miles. So if they are right here right now, traveling 126 miles, they will be there at 14:33 tomorrow.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
321 divided by 13. $24.6. Okay, just a little bit less, a little bit more south than that, and then we should be fine.
Setzen.
I'll do a dive before to check if they're actually there. And then we can always increase speed. Get that last bit in. Let's see how this goes. With a save. It's a long distance to travel just to capture one convoy. And I have to get the right tub out of it as well. The Carole Lombard. And the game just crashed. That's awesome. Haven't had that in a while. Nice. Ah. I'll never know. Now we'll never know if we got that convoy. Ah. A secret weapon. Yeah. See, they knew we were gonna get them. That's what that did. So I'm gonna get myself a new coffee and I'm gonna set everything back up. I'll be right back. I will be right back.
diese Koordinaten setzen. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Ich bin sehr...
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
25 Meter.
45 Meter. Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 225 Grad. Meter.
Herr Kapitän? Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Aktuelle Tiefe 55 Meter.
Herr Kapitän?
Meter.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Kurs setzen. Horchraum besetzen.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung
Ich erwarte Ihre
345 Grad.
setzen. Kurs setzen. Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40
Auf
Meter.
Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Große Fahrt voraus. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Alarm! Flugzeug! Flug! Heilung! Direkt voraus! Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und
Auf
konzentriert.
maximal sichere Tiefe gehen. Schneller, schneller.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ja, Herr Kaloin.
Ruder Handbremse.
Meter.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Handelsschiff. 345 Grad.
Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 40 Meter.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 80 Meter.
100 Meter. 120 Meter.
140 Meter.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 150 Meter.
Ja?
...145 Meter.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
150 Meter.
130 Meter.
Herr Kapitän?
Aktuelle Tiefe 110 Meter.
Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 70 Meter.
40 Meter.
15 Meter.
Alarm beenden.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, ich kümmere mich darum.
Kurs 1, 5, 4. Äußerste Kraft voraus.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 150 Grad. Alarm! Flugzeug im
Los geht's,
Anflug!
Männer.
Peilung
Lasst uns einige
150
Schiffe
Grad!
versenken. Alarm beenden. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Äußerste Kraft voraus. Kurs 1, 6, 6. Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Jawohl. Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Scheinwerfer einschalten.
Herr Kaloin,
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Zeit für eine Auszeit. Ja?
Scheinwerfer einschalten. Alle Maschinen stopp.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 140 Grad.
Sie ist als erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Auf Gefechtsstationen! Anlauf beginnt! Funkraum besetzen! Ruder, Art Steuerbord!
Jawohl.
Scheinwerfer ausschalten!
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Verstanden, Kommandant.
Navigation besetzen!
Funktelegramm
Auf
gesendet.
maximal sichere Tiefe gehen! Horchraum besetzen! Ruder mittschiffs! Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. E-Motorenwechsel. Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
25 Meter. Meter. Alarm beenden.
60 Meter. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. ...80 Meter.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
Wie lauten Ihre
Auf
Befehle,
Blaulicht
Herr Kaloin?
schalten.
Aktuelle Tiefe 150.
Geräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 35 Grad.
100 Meter. Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Herr Kapitän?
100 Meter.
Auf maximale, sichere Tiefe gehen. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
75 Meter. 30 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Blick eingesteuert.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Nicht darum.
Kurs 110. Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10
Wie lauten
Meter.
Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Herr Kapitän?
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht. Handelsschiff. 300 Grad.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kapitän? Herr Kaloin? Ja?
Kurs setzen.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kurs 8-1. Kurs 5-6. Kurs 3-7.
Herr Kapitän,
Scheinwerfer einschalten. Kurs setzen. Große Fahrt voraus. Funkraum besetzen. Funktelegramm gesendet. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Herr Kaloin,
Scheinwerfer ausschalten. Funkraum besetzen.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Ruder hart Backbord. Kurs setzen.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Kaloi?
Funkraum besetzen.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Kurs setzen.
Uboat, direkt voraus!
Jawohl.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs 3, 1, 2. Langsame Fahrt voraus. Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Bestätige.
Rohr 4 entladen. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Rohr 1 entladen. Rohr 1 geladen. Rohr 4 geladen.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kapitän?
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Yes, I have my microphone on mute. Sorry about that. Thank you for... Yes. Third time in a... Yeah, okay. Third time a cow. There's a lot of them active. There is. Like I said it, but no one heard it. I think I have more milk cows in service than in my personal entourage. I guess I could say than they were ever in service at the same time. Like I've got one up here by Iceland. I've got one east of Newfoundland, one down there by Nova Scotia, one in by the Bahamas, one down here by Cape Verde, and one by the Azores. I've got so many milk cows. It's crazy. Oh yeah, my overall plan is, again, thank you Colin, absolute legend, I would have probably done that for another hour. My personal plan right now is just to do another check, once more, and then we're going to return home, because we've been at sea for 23 days, this check will probably take around 10 days, and then we're going to return home. When did I even mute myself? Was that when the game crashed? Did it auto-mute? Maybe.
50
I'll have
Meter.
to have a look at that more often.
Schraubengeräusche.
Ah, Convoy.
Peilung,
Wie lauten Ihre
325
Befehle, Herr
Grad.
Kaloin?
But that's not why we're here. That's the issue. Like, IRL obviously would attack a convoy because it's enemy convoy. That's the whole point of the war. But it doesn't actually do anything for me. Like, okay, I get a bit of budget for each sunk ship, sure. But I'm not sure on budget. And I need this mission. I need to check neutral shipping. Thinking convoy ships does not really do much for me. We're gonna do it though. 326, 43 miles plus. Oh, that's very far away. 326.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
43 miles. So what if I take the other sailor away? Can we still spot it then?
Herr Kaloin? Zeit für eine Auszeit. Ja,
50 Meter.
I can't hear that.
45 Meter.
ja.
And he can't either. So that means it's somewhere between here.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung 325
And
Grad.
there. That is 245. Right, we're gonna observe that.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Heading north or south? Heading south. Wait for 345. Oh. 329. Actually, let's get rid of that. Damn it. E29 again. And to this absolute range.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
If I take your sailor away. Can you still spot him?
Ja,
No, you can't. So they're somewhere in between there
Herr Kaloin?
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi.
and
Peilung
there.
330 Grad.
Excellent. That was a small margin. 347. 037. Jesus Christ. 3 o'clock, 47 minutes. There we go. Approximate course is very southerly. 165. 5 miles. Probably not. .165. Somewhere right there. 5 knots. Another 5. Another 5. 3 hours. Another 5. Another 5. Another 5, and that should be enough. 545, 645, 745, 845. There we go. What distance is that? 72 miles. That's quite far away. It's a southbound convoy, so that's gonna be an empty convoy, right? Or it's supplying the colonies with stuff? I don't know. Is that even worth attacking that? Yeah, it's gotta be something like that, eh? Because I don't remember muting my mic. Like, we've determined that I'm getting old, like, we've had that a few times today, but I don't remember muting. It also doesn't help that my microphone, like, I have to scroll down in my software to see the microphone, because the first 3 audio levels are from a microphone that's not currently plugged in, because it's my VR headset. Or you're so in the game that you forget to speak. Yeah, but I was blabbing the whole time and you just didn't hear anything. So I kind of feel a bit stupid now. But now you can hear me, and that's great. Right, okay. I tap back into the game and I see this. Jesus Christ. Keep your car chart clean. There we go. This is like a real pet peeve of mine, like scribbled full charts. Horrible. Only thing worse is like a coffee stain on a paper chart. Oh man. If you do that, then you get keelhauled. Which is a real challenge because there's a lot of coffee going on the bridge, and you have to keep the map clean of it. That's going to be a lot of full speeding to get to that convoy, and it's going to be probably empty. But I mean, you would take ships away from their war effort. That's not only about the goods, it's also about the ships. So I guess we're going to attack that. So 69 miles, nice, divided by 16 knots. 4.3 hours to get to them. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4.6. They'll be right there. That'll still be 69 knots. Okay, 69 miles. Let's go a bit ahead of that. Right, and we're gonna surface. Let's hope we don't get surprised by planes on the way there.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Nice. Compressors on. We're on the surface. We are running at 14 miles, not 16. 50. Well, good enough for the intercept for now. We can do fine adjustments in the end. That's going to be daytime. That's good. Gonna see them early. And there's an aircraft. 30 degrees. What range did we spot that? Oh, that's a short range. 8 miles. They're gonna be here quick. Alarm! Crash dive! Well, that was quick. Okay, that would have surprised me.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. E-Motorenwechsel.
And we're down. Didn't spot the fighter plane, so I'm sure we can get away with just diving down to 100.
100 Meter.
30 Meter.
And with cancelling the alarm.
Beenden.
Schraubengeräusche, mittlerer Peilung 15
Herr
Grad.
Kapitän?
Yep, good opportunity for that.
50 Meter.
Oh. Oh. Is that the same convoy? One convoy is dead ahead.
Ja?
Okay, 16 degrees. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, they were going a lot quicker then. That estimate was really wrong. Well, good thing the plane pushed us below the sea, eh? A little turn there. There we go. And let's do a proper position of that thing at 820. There we go. 306, 10 to 16 miles.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
That's a margin of 6. Maybe that was even a carrier-bound aircraft. Yeah, I'm just gonna observe that for half an hour until it's 8:50.
95 Meter.
Herr Kapitän?
Oh, the convoy was separated into several groups because we're so close. Wow. 302, 10 to 16.
100 Meter.
Six-mile margin.
Meter.
Lovely. Speaking of my mic being muted, Colin, how do you find the audio levels today? Is it better to understand me, or is it the same as yesterday? Because I did try to fix that. I figured that yesterday was a bit quiet. Right, that's 180. I mean, from the first course we spotted them on, right there, at 350? What's the time then? 4:45. Okay, almost. So from up there all the way down to here is pretty much 180. So I think 180 is a good estimate. They're definitely going 180. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. Yeah, look, I've been streaming for a while, but I'm still not feeling like I'm a veteran or anything. I still do silly mistakes every now and then, so all of your feedback is very much appreciated. I liked it a lot. So they're right now, they are down here, going 180, and they are going 4 knots. Are they actually going that small, that slowly? Interesting. That means I can overtake them below the sea. Yeah, I had to crank up my microphone crazily. Yesterday I did like, 5 decibels, and I thought, you know, since decibels double, the voice the noise level doubles every 3 decibels. I think that's how sound levels work. It's a very, very odd. Decibels are a very, very odd unit. I thought that 5 would be fine, but today I cranked it up in a sound check earlier, and I cranked it up by 20. And I think that's better. Right, bring us back to the surface. I do wanna have a look at.
80 Meter.
I do wanna have a look at the sky before we surface, because I don't wanna get surprised by a plane that might still be lingering there.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Can we see them? Probably not. Where do we have them? 299, like 300 around. Oh, okay. Down scope and surface the boat.
10 Meter.
Herr Kapitän.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Oh, that will get you shouted at.
Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Ah, it's a very, very annoying habit that people in the Navy have.
Erwarte Ihre
Like
Befehle.
there's this type of person,
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
and you know them as well. They don't care what they say, but it's important that they say something. You know what I mean? And when they see you wearing a jacket but not having it buttoned up, they will absolutely shout at you. Or either buttoning it up or taking it off. And that has no effect on morale or combat readiness or anything, but they will still tell you to. And we have a saying in the German military, which is "Wer nichts kann, kann Anzug," which means that if you're an idiot and you can't do anything, you can still reprimand people for wearing the uniform correctly. And yeah, I mean, I get it when the ship's coming into port and there's civilians watching, stuff like that, or when you're on parade. Yeah, absolutely. Then you want to look immaculate. But when you're by yourself, inside your boat, inside the Navy base, who cares? Honestly, who cares? Well, what's happening? Are you following your torpedoes with the camera, or so do you know which way they're missing, or are you just following with the periscope and waiting for the guy to tell you? You can't seem to figure out the AOB. Okay. The way AOB works is you have to use a bit of imagination. I don't know. Have you seen me explain this before, or? Oh wait, no. You joined us today. You haven't seen it yet. Okay. Let us get on the TDC.
Erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Oh, hang on. There you are. Well, bridge is abandoned. So, that's the angle and bow right there. Imagine that you are standing on the enemy ship. So you're on the center of that knob there, on the where the arrow is connected to the device. You're on the center of there. 0 is your ship's heading line, so that way you're going straight ahead. If that way you're looking straight at where your ship's going. That way you're looking astern. That way you're looking starboard side abreast, and that way you're looking port side abreast. Now you want to make that arrow point at your submarine. So you're on the freighter. You're looking ahead. You're happily going whichever course you're going, and you spot your U-boat 40 degrees to the side. And so you make that arrow point 40 degrees, and then that's the angle on bow. So now you're back on the. Now that you're back on the submarine and you look at the freighter, and then that's an angle on bow 40. Basically, if you're on the freighter, you have to turn 40 degrees. You have to imagine how far do I have to turn my freighter in order to ram that periscope. That's the way I do it. And then sometimes it's hard to determine that angle on bow. So waiting for 90 is the easiest way, because if you can see any sort of speck of wheelhouse from the front, then you know it's not 90. And then the second that disappears, the second you can't see the millisecond you can't see the front of the wheelhouse anymore, and you can only see it from the side. That's how you know that's an angle on bow 90. So 90 is pretty much perfect. Actually, like 85, 80 is probably perfect, but 90 is I prefer 90, because with 90 I can be sure that it's correct. Because when it's 80, could be 75, could be 85. You never really know. But with 90, you can be absolutely sure. I can't see anything of the wheels anymore, and half a second ago I still could. That's 90. I hope that helps. And you're not the only one struggling. Like when the lookouts in the Navy, for example, when they report in a visual contact, they will report where the bearing is, or which direction they see it. We do it in tens of degrees, or dates. So dates short for decimals. So 1 decimal would be 0 to 10 degrees. 2 decimals would be 10 to 20 degrees, and so on. They report the type of ship, so is it fisherman or freighter or tanker, whatever, and they also report the angle on bow, because the officer of the watch then has to imagine inside of his head whether or not that's going to be dangerous for collision. But usually, if he's thinking that might be dangerous, he's just going to have a step over to the radar and look at that. But the lookouts always struggle when they're new. They always struggle with determining angle on bow. It's not easy. It just takes a bit of practice. Can be, yeah. But if you've got a good estimate on angle on bow 90, and you've got like a 90-degree impact angle, like that's what the TDC tells you as well. Hang on, let me get someone else on the TDC so that Scholz doesn't have to abandon the bridge.
Ja.
TDC will also tell you the impact angle, which you want to keep at 90 for something like, let's say I've got a distance 600 and speed 70, something like that, and you have the impact angle up here. Especially if you're using the impact pistol, you want that to be absolutely 90. So that way, like angle on bow 74, something like that, you get an impact angle of 90 degrees. But if you've got him on angle on bow 90 or impact angle 90 like that, and you're going right, and you're very certain about your angle on bow, and the torpedo is just passing behind the enemy ship, then I would more likely assume that that's a speed value error. Especially if you get from the hydrophone operator, you get feedback on when the torpedo is gonna hit. So if the torpedo is just passing behind the enemy ship, and then at that point your hydrophone operator tells you 40 seconds to impact, then by that you know that the range estimate was wrong. But if he says 10 seconds to impact or something like that, and your torpedo passes behind the stern, then you know the range estimate was correct, and it's likely a speed issue. Could also be impact, could also be angle and bow, but I would go with speed then. And then the torpedo, then the enemy ship is probably going, depending on distance, but at a normal engagement distance of 1 kilometer or less, it'll probably be like the enemy's going 2 knots faster or 3 knots faster than what you put in. But it could be angle on bow, absolutely. Right, so that was... Well, that took a while. I hope that helps, and I hope that the other people aren't annoyed by the time that took to explain that. 850? Yes, okay, so... That'll be 950. That'll be 1050. 1150. 1250. 1350. I don't need to plot that far ahead, I don't think. It's now 950, so they should be already astern. Yeah, we can close the distance now. Ooh, rough seas.
Alarm! Konvoi in Sicht! Milo! 310 Grad!
Yep, that works. That's a save. Hopefully without crash. Hmm. 310 degrees. We've got a good visibility going here. Right, let's do 20 degrees to starboard. I want to close in close to them. What's the... that? 5 miles. Yeah, let's do 180. Keep parallel for a while longer as we set ourselves in front of them. Roya 228. Yeah. That's the outside protection. Yeah. Hopefully that thing doesn't spot me. Thankfully they don't have radar yet. Or at least they don't have radar with a fine enough resolution to actually spot a submarine on the surface. Big convoy, hell yeah. God, the sea is rough. Look at that. Yeah, I wouldn't attack on these waves because these old magnetic detonators, they would sometimes with the water sloshing around like that, they would detect a magnetic field because obviously there's iron in the water. And the drastic changes from the waves, they would sometimes accidentally detonate. Sometimes accidentally tell the torpedo would interpret that as being close to a ship's hull and detonate. So this whether you want to use impact pistols, but if you want to use impact pistols, you have to set the torpedo to a shallow draft. And if the torpedo is running at a shallow depth, in weather like this, it might reach the surface, dive back in, and just go deep and just miss its target completely. So I would wait for better weather. Yeah, see, now that the time compression has calmed down, you can see the smokestacks properly. Looked a lot juicier earlier than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 ships at least, still good. Get ahead of it a little bit further. And then we want to close in by going 45 degrees port.
Kurs 1, 3, 5.
And I want to be on an offset of 2 miles when I dive. And close the rest of the distance in. Merged, or at least on my final approach vector. Probably at slow speed. There we go.
Kurs setzen.
Close the last of the distance. Both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt aus.
And now we just wait for them to catch up with us. No, we already know their speed. I'm very confident about the speed value today because we determined it twice, and both times it came out to be 4 knots. So maybe this convoy is actually going 4 knots. I'm gonna do a stopwatch check regardless, of course, but for now I'm actually very happy with that value. Could be accurate. I could do manual target bearing. Yes, cool. Okay. Yeah, please use the attack periscope. Parallax mode is forward. That is all set. Okay, lovely. Let's have a look at the torpedoes again. I think I set that up correctly, yeah? Yeah, okay. The opening shot at a juicy target with a salvo, if we can, and an FAT. And then we've got some FATs in reserve, but I think I'm gonna... I've only got one T1 in reserve. Oh, that's... Well, let's see. Let's see how this goes. I do like the T1 a lot better than the T2 or the T3, I'm gonna be honest. Like the speed difference of 14 knots between the fast setting of the T1 and the only setting of the T3 and T2 is a major advantage. 14 knots is a massive difference. That helps make a lot of issues, a lot of mistakes go away. Because you never get it quite right when you do firing solution. There's always a little margin of error. You always get something wrong, and then that 14 knot speed difference makes it not that bad. What horrible weather. That's a destroyer, that's for damn sure.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 295 Grad.
Definitely a destroyer. So far away from all the others, that's the starboard side escort. Well separated. I need to look for front escorts as well. Those are the ones that are going to be dangerous, because right now if I die, for example, he's not going to hear me. Right. And look how much they're struggling to maintain course. The waves are kicking us off course. He can't properly get on 090. There we are. Okay, I think it's probably best to dive just to get a bit of a form into the boat. What we do though, pump out the boat. Yeah, look at that, we've got 2.4 cubic meters of water in the boat. Probably also doesn't help that the main hatch is open. Especially in weather like this. Yeah, okay. Battery is at full charge. We still load quicker than we still put in more power into the batteries as we take out. This was still on diesel engines, so I'm gonna wait until the boat is fully dry and then we're gonna dive. Yeah, exactly. We're lucky in this weather.
Herr Kapitän?
Like same as we are happy when it's foggy and rainy and we know the planes are not going up. For them it's, oh, rough weather, torpedo chance is very low today. Right, dive, dive, dive. And then I'm gonna need you on the dive planes. Because in this weather, I really do not want to break the surface with our conning tower.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Thank you, Johannes Gruber.
Motorenwechsel.
Now, the hunter lies in wait. And they're complaining that they don't have a cook. Yep, we know. That's the issue when we're on periscope depth and no one is manning the engines. None of my officers are manning the engines. Right, okay, so these two are in a column. And I almost see them in line. It means that as of right now, they're still going in front of my bow. Their course will be going something like this. And they will be going in front of my bow. But I'm still going forwards with 3 knots. I will overtake this column probably, and they will go astern, which is okay. I don't want to get the outermost column, because that's probably very low GRT ships anyway. I want to get the juicy ones in the middle. That could be a destroyer. The fact that I can see the plume of smoke so clearly means that it's probably a little bit closer than the rest, so it could be a frontal escort. That one too. And then there's the rest of them. Or maybe they're also that close. Maybe we're already closer to the convoy than I initially expected. That's okay as well. Might even be a nice juicy aircraft carrier. Yeah, hopefully. Like an escort carrier. Last time we had the illustrious class. This one. Yeah, the Bogue class is more like an escort carrier, right? Look at the tonnage. 23,000 tons, 8,600 tons, yeah. Were the Bogue class, were those the ones that they built like DIY kind of Are those the ones where they converted freighters into aircraft carriers? They built 45 of them. Holy cow. Yeah, converted C3 cargo ships. Yeah, those are the ones. I think they only had like a complement of 4 fighters or anything. Not much. But... oh no, 28. Never mind. 2 aircraft lifts and 28 planes. Okay, but still, you know, it's a good thing. That's like what they did to close that North Atlantic air gap. Obviously, they weren't happy with that either, and well, we were very happy with that, and they weren't happy with it, so they had to get planes. They somehow had to get planes over there, and they did that with carriers, obviously. So they needed cheap carriers, and a lot of them, so they converted C3 cargo ships. Very smart. Also, devs, well done. Good to include that. Right, that's my port side abreast line right here. Anything that I pass will be going astern. Right, I mean, we're going 3 knots, they're going 4 knots, if our value is correct. For me passing their bow here with almost their speed, gonna make a lot of a difference. So now I think that one's definitely going astern, that column is probably gonna go astern. That one is coming right for me. I think at this point I probably want to stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
And Limekühler, you stay on the dive planes. Battle stations.
Auf Gefechtsstation.
Barfeld, start loading those torpedoes. And then we want to get our officers on command. And Engler, turn on the blue light. We want to stay submerged as long as possible, get as much out of the air that we can. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Colin. That's what it was. Nice one. Nice one.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Raumgeräusch, Handelsschiff, Grad 145 Grad.
And I think we are ready here. Just need to wait for the torpedoes to be maintained. So I'm just gonna quickly be AFK for a very, very brief moment. I'm gonna get myself a new coffee and head for the head. I'll be right back, boys and girls. I've looked at my my analytics again, and I have regained 1% female audience. Don't worry, you are not going unnoticed. I see you. I will be back. And I'm back, and this time I did mute myself, and this time I also remembered to unmute myself, so everything's fine. I saw that just before I left. Good job there. Good job. First torpedo was still toward the rear. Let's see. Oh, you guys have been busy. Thank it. First torpedo was still toward the rear, but it was a good solid hit and stopped dead in the water. The second one hit right in the midships and toppled the funnel. Nice. 1.5 kilometers. That's a long range shot, though. I always try to get well within a kilometer. Totally fluffed the speed calculation. I had going at 5 kilometers per hour when it was actually going 13 kilometers per hour. Why are you in kilometers? Oh, yeah, you can set that right in the settings, right? You can choose it to be in kilometers. Right, okay. Feels wrong. Me, I could never measure anything in kilometers. Like the range in meters is already feels wrong to me. 500 meters. So that's very close. Close. But yeah, I mean, it guarantees a hit. That's if you can. Why wouldn't you? Right, also, I lied to you. This is my apology video. I have made a severe mistake. I will upload it separately on YouTube where I cry a lot and beg for you guys to not unsubscribe and all that. I'm not having another cup of coffee. I've switched something other than coffee. Something a little bit more cooler, considering the heat that this room already has. And it's getting worse. The afternoon sun is crashing down. It's really, really warm here. Whew. The HMS Audacity. Okay, I will have a look out for it. Ah, hello, that's an escort. Frontal escort right there, okay.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
That's a Liberty, I think. I see some nice juicy tankers. That's the... That's a C3, I think. Yeah, that's a C3. Nice, that's a good target. As a Liberty... Yeah, I'll probably reverse a little bit and get that C3 in front of me. Or go ahead and get that with the stern tube. That's the other option. Like a stern tube hit is usually a good opener, because then the enemy never expects you to fire with the stern tube, so then they expect you to be in the exact opposite direction. That works well usually. Like you've got them dotted like this. Ship 1, ship 2, ship 3, 4, ship 5, ship 6. And then suddenly that one goes up in flames with a nice underkeel detonation, and then the destroyer will immediately think you're somewhere here. And you're firing that way, when in reality you're here in the middle right here, and you've just fired at it with the stern tube. So they're gonna be looking for you 2 nautical miles away from where you actually are, and you are free to just let that one pass by, for example, and then when ship 5 has made its way down here, you just fire it with 5, and that's when they usually wise up and come towards you. Because the stern tube, IRL, was used very, very rarely. And therefore, for the enemy to assume that you use the stern tube would make no sense. So they're rightfully assuming that you don't use it. So you throw them off by actually using it. Yeah, yeah. They have a possible location on you, and they immediately race off to wherever they think you are. And if they are wrong with that assumption, then you get a little bit of peace and quiet for a few more moments. Unless, of course, you know, it can always happen that someone randomly spots you with their S-stick, and then they've got you. So that might be a tactic that works better in the early stages of the war. No, they can't. And it's realistic that they can't. I don't know how much Type 7 weighs, G7 weighs. But it's 7 meters long. You have to imagine, you have to remember that. 7 meters is a long thing. And I don't think it fits through this bulkhead. They are very, very thick. And you'd have to move it through here and then turn it and squeeze it through. No way. Absolutely impossible. Not that... First of all, it's super heavy, and then you can't get it through here. It's a 7 meter long torpedo. How are you going to do that? Like, they had to load it through the torpedo loading hatch, which is... It's... Oh, where is it? I can't see it from the outside because it's hidden underneath the deck. You have to remove the decking there, but... You have to move it in with crane through here. And in order to move the torpedoes in, first of all, they had to get that out of the way, and they had to remove the bottom plating in here, because it's so long that if you move it in straight, and then you have to then you have to move it once you've got it in. So they would have to fold all the beds up and remove the bottom plating when they did loading of torpedoes. And in the stern, it's quite similar. I think they also had a torpedo loading hatch there. I mean, they must have. Otherwise, how are they gonna get the torpedoes in? There it is. But here, you know, one you immediately put in the tube, and the second one you move underneath the plating. Store it there. And also here, if you're loading, all the plating is removed. It's a very, very involved process of moving torpedoes into a boat like this. Very, very... It's all hands on deck, basically. A lot of muscular and menial labor involved with that. And that never really changed. Like the Type 2 and the Type 7, and the Type 9, they all had the same loading mechanism, which is a lot of chains and double T carriers involved, and you have to do a lot of manual stuff. Like the Type 21 is the first boat that had like a proper loading mechanism that had used hydraulics, and it was less involved with menial labor. They never really got that down during the war. And then after the war, everybody took a look at the Type 9, at the Type 21, and they said, yeah, that's pretty good. And then after the war, every nation had like automatic loading systems in their torpedo for their submarines. Yeah, kind of have to take the boat apart. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Are you still on the dive planes? Yes. Okay. Where is our friend the destroyer? There is a destroyer. That's not a destroyer. Okay, so that one. Odd. How far forward that one is. The C3, I think. No, that's not a C3. Hang on. What's that? Yes, that is a C3. I missed one of the masts, but it is a C3. One there, and one in front of the wheelhouse. And I missed the one in front of the wheelhouse because it was obstructed. I only saw the wheelhouse. Okay. Thank you. Tube 2 as well. Hello, you're definitely a target for me. That's a tanker. Is it? No. No, that's an Empire something. Never mind. That's another C3. What is that? I can only see the column. Both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
I think I have just made my decision. I'm gonna try and get the C3 with the stern tube. And then we're gonna look at what the ships do, because I want to show you. And I know I've had this before. I shot with the stern tube, and the escort just immediately rushed out and expected me. What?
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
That was a single ping. That doesn't mean a thing. Not just yet. Don't ping me again. I mean, they do random checks, makes sense. But please, let there be a inexperienced sonar operator, and he did not interpret that to be a submarine. Looks good. Oh, that would have been... Ooh. No, I think the Type 7 had an external torpedo storage of 1 torpedo, so it's not modeled in the game because not that important, and I think that was the Type 7... Oh, Type 7 C41 or 42, something like that. They had an external torpedo storage for 1 torpedo. But the Type 9 had massive external torpedo storage. I think they had 2 torpedoes for the stern and something like 6 or 5 for the bow. So what they would do is they would get out of Allied aircraft range, wait for calm seas, and then they had a little crane that they could attach to the front of their conning tower, and they could manually load in the external torpedo storage. There was no danger of the torpedoes exploding from depth charges or anything, because the torpedoes weren't armed and they were using like a TNT mixture, so you would need an electrical charge to set that off. And they just kept them on the outside because they didn't have enough space inside, and the Type 9s were designed to be on missions for a very, very long time. And that's actually one of the mechanics that I'm most excited for about the Type 9, to have that external torpedo storage. I wonder how the devs are doing that, because I want to see my guys here all hands on deck and building up the crane and very meticulously lowering the torpedo through the forward loading hatch. It's going to be amazing. And I mean, it has to be in. It's like one of the major features of the Type 9. They have to model that. I wonder how they do it. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for the Type 9. I can't wait for the Type 9. I can't wait for the Type 9. I am super, super hyped. Type 9, my beloved. Because you get crazy numbers. In Silent Hunter 3, if you start the campaign, you immediately transfer to Type 9. And you go to fucking, what's it called? Like here in the Bend, or even further south, where the allies don't expect you yet, you get crazy sinking numbers. Really looking forward to it. I think I've said this a few times already, but I'm gonna say it again. I'm really hyped for the Type 9. So they did just give us a single ping, and that was it. Thank God. Yeah, that's angle on bow 0. Lovely. Angle on bow 0 at 270 relative. That means that, yeah. I definitely know that their course is 180 then. And this one's going to pass my stern because I'm still going forwards with 3 knots. I thought that was a tanker again. That's when it looks like it's got the funnel on the stern, but that's not correct. It's that it's bow. I can see its bow, but not its stern. Therefore, I'm thinking that wrong. It's not a tanker. It has thrown me off. It has done me the big bamboozle. Don't really want to get too close to that one though. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen
I'm gonna wait for that one to pass my bow. Boy, accelerate again. Right, but what we can do is we can maintain tube 5. Have I not gotten... I don't have a type. My stern tube is empty. No. Yeah, we resupplied at sea, remember? We didn't get one for type 5, for tube 5. We're also not full on the forward tubes. Well, that's an issue. How do we do this? Well, I've always wanted to do a trick shot, and that is use an FAT torpedo, send it forwards with an initial run length of 100 meters, and then make it veer left. So basically, shoot backwards with the frontal torpedo. Yeah, they spotted us, didn't they? Because we went out of the water. Because he's not on the dive planes. Oh, for oh, for crying out loud. Well done, boys! Why do you do what... Did I tell Hobart Limecrew to check tube 5? I think I did. Guys, you have to do what I want and not what I tell you to. You have to know what I think. That's why you're officers. You have to interpret what I tell you. Not just go straight for what I actually tell you to. Jesus. Beginner's mistake there, boys. Alright, okay. I'm gonna try to get one shot off before I dive, though. Question is on whom? I mean, that's a destroyer. I could try that. But she's probably gonna turn towards me any second now. Actually, no. Okay. That one's not coming for me either. So I'm guessing a merchant ship spotted me. Raised the alarm. And it doesn't have a radio? Like I'm going out on limb here. So they can't tell the destroyers where I am. No, I heard the horns going. They absolutely raised the alarm. Right, this one's not turning towards me. Sometimes when they ping you, it doesn't automatically mean that they spotted you. Like we did, well, like we had earlier. Okay, both engines ahead, dead slow, hard to starboard. We're gonna get that one with a nice volley of 2 torpedoes. So tube 1, is that maintained? Yes, tube 4 isn't, so Sparfeld, get on it. So, bow is correct. Salvo. Tube 1 and 4. Torpedo speed 44. Torpedo speed 44, target speed 4, which... Let's see if that's correct. I'm not sure about that yet. Perhaps there's another U-boat. That could be. But I think we were... I noticed how much we were listing. I think my stern was looking out of the water. I think they did spot us. And they're zigzagging. Either way, the situation has evolved. And then the biggest problem is the missing the missing tube 5. That's what annoys me most. I have to turn around anyway. That's gonna take a while. Very well done.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
And maintain tube
Verstanden.
number 3.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Did you work at sea, did you? What did you do? What did you do? I'd love to hear that. Mac Bruton Bryan, what a name. What a name, almost don't want to sink her. Hoofball with an FAT would be amazing, yeah. I kind of want to do that at some point. Maybe I'll start an extra campaign for that, just to try that out. Like, start it in 1943 when I already have that. And just do that as a kind of a meme trick shot.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Thank you. Maintain tube 2.
Herr Kaloy, ich kümmere mich darum.
Again, armed to the teeth, that one. They all are. T3s are nastily armed. I can probably give you the height chart. 36. Yep, not that one. And the calculator. So we spot her at the moment on the zoom in at over 100. Nice. Very close then. 140 milliradian. Yeah. 140 on that zoom in. 940 meters. Nice close. Go depth. We've reloaded the save and we've loaded new torpedoes, so they're all set to impact pistol.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Not very cash money, as we call it in the business. Right, tube 1 and 4, flood him.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert.
Right, the C3 is 143 meters long, so we're gonna set that on the distance here, on the target length. Giving us a nice salvo spread of 3.2 degrees, but that's also subject to change because we have to still set the angle on bow. And I still see her port side astern. I'm not getting... I just still have to turn around. Course currently 2... Okay, and I have to turn another 60 degrees. Because if our previous attack angle was a 090, or previous attack course was 090, and if we want to turn around completely, it's obviously 270. But we're struggling to turn with that slow speed and in those seas. Not that good of a convoy. A lot of, yeah, liberties, sure. Oh, E3's a few. But no tankers. Oh, she's definitely looking for something. She used to be... Oh, hang... Oh, another one. What are they looking for over there? Don't have a... I haven't found another submarine. Could be that the freighter reported me at a wrong distance, maybe.
Kurs 270.
They saw me in bearing, what do you want to call it, like maybe 20 degrees off their port bow, and they reported me at 3 kilometers out, when in reality it was just 1 kilometer out, something like that maybe. I was a deckhand and helmsman on North Atlantic commercial fishing autoliners. What's a fishing autoliner? I was in the German Federal Navy, Federal German Navy. But I was not a submariner. I was on a on a submarine and like an anti-submarine warfare frigate for most of my service, and an anti-air warfare frigate. And then my last few years I was on a I suppose you would call them a literal combat ship. If you're generous, I would call them trash, but that's me. 70 on the zoom out. That's 470 meters. Ooh, that's very good. And angle on bow is going to be red 90, and that's going to give us a salvo spread of 17 degrees. Wow. Cod fishing. Yeah, but what does autoliner mean? Like, I don't understand the term. Think her and you change history. She was commissioned in 1945. Oh man, what a disaster that would be. Right, are we on course? We are on course. Angle on bow is 80. I would assume. Speed 4 knots. Let's try that. Range 100 milliradian on the zoom out. Oh, that's so close. 330. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So close. Right, Tube 1 and 4, launched.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. 20 Sekunden.
Yeah.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Hopefully the other one does better. Yeah, it does.
Schäden.
Nice one.
Schwere Schäden.
2 with heavy damage. She's gonna go down. There's another Liberty. Maybe I can get her. But we're pushing it. Do put a T1 in there. Maintain a load. Go, go, go. The longliner with a machine that baits the hooks on board. We call them autoliners. Oh, so you don't have to do it yourself, basically. Oh, that's cool. I see. Yeah, I have absolutely no experience with any sort of fishing. I only know fishermen from always having their AIS status set to engaged in fishing, always having one of the baskets in their rigging to signify that they're fishing, even when they're docked in the harbor, and they're always going in front of your bow 30 meters out, disappearing below your hull and stuff like that. Like I'm on the other side of the fishing industry. I'm the one always complaining about the fishermen. Although I do like fish, so I do like cod. So thank you for fishing cod. So cod, I guess you don't fish by trawling, you fish them by baiting them, I guess. Is that what do I understand that correctly? She's going down quick. Look at that. Already taking on water on the aft maneuver deck. He's not gonna like that for long. That one's looking for me. So is that one, but he's facing the wrong way, so maybe I'm still good. And then there's the Liberty. Maybe I can get one. You can do both, betting it better quality, it's simpler. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Interesting. Yeah, who knows where my future will take me, because I have no... Oh, okay. I have no intention of going back to the Navy, although maybe I might have to, if the entire shipping industry is replaced with AI, who knows. Who knows how much will happen in the next 2 years when I'm still studying. Might have to go back, don't really want to, but... Fishing? Maybe, I don't know.
Rohr 1 geladen.
We work a lot and don't sleep much and skip a lot of standard operating procedures. Yes, I believe it the second I heard that. Hello, do you have a hedgehog? Don't see it. That looks like a gun. And you're not pinging me just yet, so still kinda hoping you don't know where I am. Although what I'm doing right here is probably getting dangerous at the moment. At the early war I could do things like this and get away with it unpunished. But I think this is tide is changing in that regard. But he doesn't know where I am. He's turning. He keeps turning. Don't spot my periscope, please. Can I see your hull? No, not yet. You're not that close. Oh, yes he is.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Yeah, he's probably just saw me looking over his bridge wing. And that's the other thing. Like, they don't have catapults on their dive depth charges. Like, they just keep dropping them at the stern. And at that point of the war, they should have this lovely little catapult device that throws them out and spreads them in a circle. Like, they even had a device that could throw depth charges in front of them in a perfect circle. And they're not in the game yet, unfortunately. But yeah, it was so close, he just looked down into the water and saw the submarine right there. That's what that was. I can't get him again. I don't think so. Yeah, let's not try our luck. Okay, bring us down to 220 meters.
Tauchen auf 220 Meter.
That's the moment when I'm going to turn off the music in-game, because I think it's not that atmospheric when we're hiding at 220 meters. And we're going to drop 8 away whilst we're still up here. And then we're gonna disengage to the northwest, new course 315. Only have 2 decoys left and we'll have to return home soon. "12 meters, oh wow. That's a small craft. Bigger ones are like a factory at sea. Yeah, I've seen them.
60 Meter.
Okay, you've got those with like ramps going down the. Oh no, those are whalers in Japan. They like hoist the whale up from the stern. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like they not only catch the fish, but they also start processing it right outside, right as they're still out at sea. Sieglinde? No, I've got Bold. Did they make another one?
95 Meter.
Meter.
120 Meter.
Lügenbold. So the first one was called Liar, basically. Tarnbold. Cloakbolt, basically. A cloaker.
135 Meter.
See, I always thought that weird that they're called bold because bold is an English word, but apparently it's because they called them Lügenbold, and that is a German word for as a liar. And then they just kept calling them different variations of bold. They just called it bold in the end. Yeah, okay. Bold 4. Bolt 5. Okay, so they're just called all of them bold. So what's the one that you were referring to? What do you mean? Right. Okay. Flank.
Schneller.
Hard starboard.
Steuerbord. Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
Oh, actually, you don't need that. Let me clear up the screen a little bit. There we go. Gonna help us get down as well. Increase speed. Hopefully they'll just detonate above us. Off to the starboard. So let's stop turning there.
Ruder hart Backbord.
180 Meter.
Yeah, they missed. Rudder midships. 325 is okay. Steady as she goes on 325.
Kurs 3, 2, 5.
Wait for the explosions to stop and then we're gonna slow down again. Almost missed my depth charge attack there because I was doing history check. But that's okay, that's what we're here for. Sieglinde was a sonar decoy used during the Second World War by the German U-boats. Sieglinde was installed in chambers on the sides of the U-boat. It could be ejected to a considerable distance from the U-boat when attempting to hide from a secret sonar equipment. Sieglinde was powered by electric motors, allowing it to move at 6 knots. Okay, so it's like an active decoy. Ow. Never heard of that, but probably not on Type 7s, right? Sieglinde, there we go. Ah, you got just posted Wikipedia in there, nice. Typically used in combination with the bolt decoys. Installed in chambers. What's surprising to me is that that article is so short and it's only available in one other language. And it only has one source. Aliens of the Deep, the development of American torpedoes in World War II. I'm gonna assume that that thing was never used. They probably, maybe, if it exists at all, if that's not just Robert Gannon being on the wrong here, I'm gonna assume that they captured like a factory as they advanced through France or in Germany, and they found this thing and it was in development to be used. But I don't think it was ever used, because I've never heard of something being installed in chambers of the side of the boat. Like the only thing I've ever heard is the pill thrower here. You've got a little device and you open this little hatch, you stuff that thing in, you close the hatch, and then you launch it with the lever, and then there's a chemical reaction in there, like an actual device mounted on the outside of the hull. I've never heard of that before. I could be wrong, obviously, but like I said, I've never heard of that before. And the article is super short. Let's see if Grok knows about it. Not a lot. It was likely introduced after 1942. That's a bit. You don't sound too sure of yourself there, Grok. Suspicious. Yeah, no photos, nothing, like. Odd. Maybe Mr. Gannon dreamed that up. Maybe he saw it in a dream, who knows? I don't wanna sound too smart-assy about this. I could be a thing, could be wrong, I don't know. Likely U-boat classes, like this. Limited information about available sources regarding the exact number. Yeah. Like, we don't know anything. And he's using... Wikipedia. And DBpedia is using the same source. DBpedia is just using Wikipedia as a source. Okay, so that's just a few sources quoting each other. It's odd. Maybe I'll go to the museum again in not in Wilhelmshaven, in Bremerhaven, where they have the Type 21, and I'll ask one of the curators there about it. Or the Naval Museum in Wilhelmshaven. They probably know a lot about it. Might have to have a look-see there. Cause that sounds weird. Like you see one article, one source, no photos available. Probably something that was in development, and maybe the Navy outright rejected it. That could be a thing. Like they produced a prototype of it and said, hey, look at that, we've got something that you could use on your U-boats, and the Navy was like, yeah, but we have to store it in external chambers, and we have to weld an external device onto the boat, and that's going to cause cavitation noises, and we don't want that, so that the Navy outright rejected it, and then it was never installed. Maybe something like that. Because you especially when the war is going bad, like records get lost and, you know, stuff like that. Interesting, though. I'm gonna have to keep looking for that. simple was better. That's another thing. Yeah, like the bolt just uses a chemical reaction and it just causes a loud bubbling noise and it works. Siegmund, yeah, that's the other one I read that causes loud explosions to deafen the radar, the hydrophone operator. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it works. But with that as well, like little sources, little numbers. Don't really know. Seems odd. Let's just put it that way. Seems a bit odd that we get so little information on it. So that's the thing, right? I asked Grog about how many they built of that, how many decoys they built, and what boats they were used on. Because I could imagine that they had a device like that on the large Type 9s, or maybe only on the Type 21 in the end. He just doesn't have any source for it. He says likely U-boat classes would be the Type 7C. Okay. How do you know? Why? The Type 9, the Type 21. Yeah, likely. Okay. What do you base that on? Nothing. Okay. Odd. Very odd. I am gonna assume that this is... If it did exist, then it's more of a footnote than in like a... you could probably revive some of the U-boat commanders and ask them about Sieglinde, and maybe one of them would know about it. Like had it on board for a test run or something like that. Yeah, that's a bit strange. Interesting to bring it up though. Like I said, never heard about it before. And there's lots of things that were tried, didn't work out, or were tried but were deemed not cost effective. Like today, basically. Okay, so they... We know they have ASDIC. One of them pinged us. Didn't recognize that we were a submarine. Then they spotted us and they haven't been pinged since. They dropped depth charges on us once when they were right next to us. Then they dropped depth charges on us again as we were going down. And then ever since then, they've left us alone. I'm not complaining. I like this. Hopefully we can get away. Did sink one of the C3s, but this was not completely in vain.
Kommandant, wir wurden
There we are.
geortet. Korvette, 185 Grad.
Oh, that? I didn't even see that. Only one ping. Where's north? There's north. Yeah, let's head north. But not directly north. Something like, I don't know, 352.
Kurs 3, 5, 2.
Something unpredictable. Yeah, they left us. They're leaving us alone. Okay, that was short.
20 Meter.
I'm almost a little disappointed by your pursuit there, gentlemen. Bring us up to 100 meters.
100 Meter.
Meter.
Okay.
200 Meter. 175 Meter.
135 Meter.
Thank you.
100 Meter.
We've still got a man on the dive planes. Excellent. So, periscope depth.
80 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter. 10 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Right, let's see. This is the moment where stare right into at a Corvette. Nope, that's them going south, their own course that they were going before. Probably the destroyer's looking for me somewhere over there. Yep, nice, both engines, slow speed ahead.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Put some distance between us and them before we surface. Yeah, I'm not gonna re-engage them, I think. How long do we take from here to home? How long does it take us from here to reach home?
Kurs setzen.
500, 1,300, 1,600. 2,500? Yes. 2,500 miles divided by, no, speed of advance of 10. 250 hours. Divided by 24 equals 10.4 days just to come home. By then it'll be May. Oh, I don't really want to be... I need that snorkel installed. I was going to do that in March. And then in May we can probably get the balcony device installed as well. Maybe we'll spend Black May in the dry dock, and that's gonna be our lore explanation of why we survived Black May. We still don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any fatigue, so that's good. Maybe the fatigue will set in on the way back home. Yeah, let's head home. Stay submerged for another half hour, and then we're gonna raise the boat, go home. I wonder if there's a special radio message or anything during Black May. Because I think... Was that a known campaign goal in Silent Hunter 5 or something like that? I think there was something there. Black May is a... Was that just the end of Happy Times? Something like that. I don't remember. It's been too long. Right, both engines half speed ahead because we've still got 94% of fuel because we recently refueled on the milk cow. That was good. Cancel the alarm. Normal lights. Oh yeah, autosave. I have that. And raise the boat. Turn on the compressor.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
There we go. Right, you guys stand relieved. You guys go on the bridge. You stand relieved. No, actually, you're on watch. Never mind. And then one of you guys is free to leave. There we go. And before you go to bed, send those reports. Excellent. Okay, let's head home. Means I can
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
erase that grid square. Still gonna be an arduous journey home. I'm sure we're gonna get attacked a few times by enemy planes. So right now we've just entered the operational range of the Gibraltar airbase. And now we've exited the range of the Freetown airbase. And soon we're gonna enter the operational range of all the air bases in Great Britain. And that's gonna be when we get attacked. A lot. Awesome game, yeah, I agree. I agree. Not perfect, still things missing. Plus, its beauty manages to gloss over some of the missing things, but it's still awesome. Love it a lot. And I'll say it again, I'm super hyped for the Type 9 DLC.
Uboat, 150 Grad.
Well. Hello there, gentlemen. What, are you stationary? Is someone on board, though? Go hunt. There she goes. The propellers are stationary though. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, never mind. Okay. Just not as detailed as on my boat. There's no bubbles. No bubbles coming from the cavitation. 1st of May, lovely.
Kurs setzen.
Kondensstreifen.
And there we go.
175.
4 more!
Herr Kaloin,
Holy cow.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug! Peilung!
Drehen wir den
175
Spieß
Grad!
gegen diese Jäger um.
Dafür haben wir...
That's a Bristol Bow 4. Oh, are we there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not gonna go well.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Oh, she starts circling. Okay, thankfully she didn't spot me sooner, so she would have dropped down to the sea level and immediately engaged me. She has to do a little waiting loop. Maybe that's gonna save our life then. Another one coming in though.
Tiefe 5
Jawohl,
Meter.
ich kümmere mich darum.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Yeah, we're below the waves. Okay, thankfully.
25 Meter.
That could have gone worse. Much worse. It's gonna turn in any second now and drop its charges.
Meter.
Odd that it said contrail spotted 4 more. I would have assumed there to be a squadron of 5 fighters. It's just the one though. Huh.
Aktuelle Tiefe 60 Meter.
Oh yeah, I'll get the 2 sub-bug for sure. The devs don't leave me alone with that one. Oh, there is another one. Okay. Or maybe they count the contrails. So this one has 4 contrails because it's a 4 propeller plane, and this one has 2 contrails. So they should have spotted 6 contrails. Maybe that's it. Yeah, but I think we got away. Okay, so bring us down to 100, level us off.
Tauchen auf.
And we can slow down.
105 Meter.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
And
Kapitän?
cancel the alarm. So... Get a man. Get a man, and you get the second man, and you turn over to the right.
Auf Blaulicht schalten.
And then we're gonna remain down here for a while. I can still hear the engine, I think. No, that's my own engine. Okay, never mind. Never mind then. They left us alone. Yeah, that bullfighter, that pilot must have... He must have cursed a lot then. Because he couldn't dive on straight onto us, because then he would have been too quick. Probably would have missed, so he had to do a little maneuver to slow his plane down, and then by the time he was able to attack us, we were gone. And he decided to not engage us. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Type 9 long-range missions. I've said it a few times today, and I'll say it again. I'm really hyped for the Type 9.
105 Meter.
Let's remain submerged until 7 AM. There we go. And blow ballast. Let's do the emergency one again. I want to see that.
Schnell.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
But also flank speed.
Kraft voraus.
Now she should pop out of the water like a cork. Also, I shouldn't have done that. I should have gone periscope depth and check if there's actually a plane up there. Oh well. That was silly. The mod that makes the planes attack instantly, it's brutal. I believe that, but it's not always possible. Like that would be a bit inaccurate. I had a look at the damage rework, and I think I'm gonna, if I have to do another run soon, I'm gonna install that, because I think that's actually a good idea to have the for example the loading hatches, have them leak water when you're below
50 Meter.
the safe diving depth, like occasional damages coming in, because I can just, at the moment, and I didn't know this, I thought the game would actually make my boat get damaged if I dive too deep. So the way it actually is you can go down below crush depth, and then RNGs will decide when your boat snaps, or you can just level off 1 meter above crush depth and nothing happens. And that's a bit silly, I think. Especially when the crush depths are really optimistic. Like 255 is very optimistic. I'm pretty sure there are loads of Type 7 subs that got crushed in less depth than that. Yeah, half speed. And we can probably go back to normal lighting. Good for discipline. Yeah, send that report. And get back to your radar, Warner. Air brakes, yeah, true. Did they all have air brakes? Yeah, deep leaks. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I saw another one. I don't know what the name was. But I need something like that. This is still too easy. Still too easy. Will we get attacked again?
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
What about fatigue? Fatigue is coming in, yeah. I think fatigue sets in around 30 days. I think I figured that out. Probably exactly around 30 days. Fatigue 2, 32 days. Yeah, that tracks. That means that the CEO will be home for his birthday. Isn't that nice?
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Even though no, actually the CEO never leaves the boat, so he won't be home for his birthday.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I'm at 55 days now. My boys are not happy. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Oh, also, I just noticed something very nice earlier today. I have cracked the 200 subscriber mark on YouTube. Look at that. Very happy about that. I'm a very simple man. I see those numbers and those numbers are increasing and my chipmunk brain is immediately going up. Good. Number going up, number big, number good. I'm a simple creature.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in...
Alright, we are home, therefore
Herr Kaloin,
hoist the colors. And there's our fishing fleet. Where do we actually spot those? Are they in the harbor? Yes, they are. I don't know, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not there. Oh, look at, we're arriving at low tide again.
Kurs diese Koordinaten setzen.
And there we are, heading for our secured lock. No air raid in sight, beautiful. I mostly seawolves by now. The hydrophone nerf mod really makes the tours longer. Yeah, I believe that. The hydrophone range, I assume that's a lot. That's very ahistorical. Like I can't imagine that you get a clear sound of 80 miles. That's, I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's like my initial, like my gut feeling tells me, no, that's too much.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Because I remember, like one of the things I remember, I mean, obviously you shouldn't use a movie for quotes like that. But in the movie Das Boot, which is considered to be a very realistic movie, they say that sometimes you can hear more when you're down here than you can see up there. But the way the mechanics work in this game is you can always hear a lot more down there than you can see up there. You know? 80 miles is an insane range. I think what's missing is the DF antenna. I mean, we have a DF antenna, which is used for, you know, you pick up radio transmissions. You pick up from which direction they're coming. You don't know at the range, but you know the direction of which they're coming. We should pick up traffic, like radio traffic, with that. And then with more than one transmission coming in over time, we should be able to triangulate convoys positions with that. Obviously, we can't read the messages because they're encrypted, just like ours. We should be able to like at least intercept radio messages and notice that there's someone out there transmitting messages. That's still missing. Usually it's about the same as sight during a clear day, according to historical accounts. Yeah. I imagine. Convoys should be heard longer. Makes sense. That makes sense to me. So maybe twice that. But 80 miles is... Ooh. Right, let's take the first box again. Get slow. Oh, hard to port. Messed that up there, sorry. That's still alright. And the midships. And there we are. Top 5. Bring our butt away from the quay there. And the midships. Both engines stop. There we go. Right, let's report back.
Die BDU ist von ihrer letzten Unternehmung sehr beeindruckt.
Das ist Rank Action. Korvettenkapitän. Oh! Oh, ho, 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 ho. Survived 8 war patrols. Engler, our newest boy. Nice. Has he been with us for 8 patrols already? And I think... was that the first one with tons? Yes. Okay. Convoy attack? Yes. 14,000 tons. Very nice. 139,701 tons. Yeah, that's the one we completely eradicated. The SL convoy. And then the Mac Bruton Brian. We erased her from history because she was only being built in 1945, so we corrected the timeline there. Yep. Yep, that was good. And we even shot down a Bristol Bowfighter. That was good. Now. We're gonna upgrade our boat. We're gonna get a snorkel installed now. Batteries we've already got. And I think we're gonna get the balcony device. And then that'll take 5 days to install. If I send my boys on vacation, it'll be the 22nd of May. Black May will almost be over, but that's still okay, I guess. We're gonna... Okay. Yes, here's the other thing. We need fuel, obviously. Torpedoes. These two we can get away. We can get going. I need F1 FAT. I need another T1 FAT and another T1 FAT. And then we're gonna fill up the rest with whatever we can get. T3 FAT. T3. Power storage. T1, T1. T1. Maybe another T3. There we go. Food. I need, first of all, let's get rid of the sausages, yes. And I need 3 decoys. I think I need 3 decoys. Yes.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
More vegetables. We've still got a whole stock of fruit. That should be rotten fruit at that point, but fruit doesn't rot in this game. Yet. Only by event, sometimes. Ammo, torpedoes, food, decoys, and then we're set with this. So my boys will not have to be loading anything else into the boat. I'm gonna send them on vacation now. And then at the end of May, they will push us out into the into the fray. And then that's gonna be our next stream, I think. The snorkel something you see in game? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. You have to raise it manually and then... And I think... That's the other thing. I think the snorkel could only be raised whilst the boat was surfaced. And only lowered whilst the boat was surfaced. I think they had to do it manually with a winch. So if you've decided that the snorkel is up, the snorkel stays up. If you dive. So what you can do in this game is, oh, I'm on below the surface, I've got my periscope up and my snorkel up, and I want them to not see my snorkel anymore. I'm just gonna lower the snorkel. I don't think that's possible. The Type 21 could do that, because that was a vertically raised snorkel that had its own like little engine and all that. But I think on the other boats, the Type 9s and the Type 7s, this was like a makeshift device that they introduced later. Like the boats were not built with the snorkel in mind. That was an addition that they added later. And therefore, I think it was not as fleshed out as it is on the Type 21. So the snorkel rests in here in the deck. Right here. And then I can send one of my men raise the snorkel in the CIC. Let's do that. Snorkel. And then in this game, it magically rises. You can see that there's the funnel that it attaches right here. There it goes. It just magically raises. But I think they had to have a winch up there on the conning tower to raise it. And that's how that works. I'm gonna do research on that. Plonk. There we go. And now the snorkel is up, and now we can run the diesel engine at snorkel depth. So that means that obviously we can, once we leave the harbor, we can immediately dive, and then the allied aircraft can no longer attack us. That's gonna be a hit on morale. Because the boys will never see the sun again. Yeah, so next time we leave the harbor, we'll have a snorkel, we'll have a balcony device. And I think... Oh, actually, can we see the balcony device? Or is it too dark for that? There it is, look at that. There's the balcony. Yeah, Type U373 didn't have one of those historically. They only put the balcony device on new Type 7C boats that they were building after this device had already been dreamed up. The Type 9s got that installed, and the Type 21s came with it just immediately from the drawing board. But Type 9s, Type 7s were usually not refitted with them. I think all the Type 7s that had a balcony device, the hull numbers are greater than 1000. So the very, very late Type 7s that they built, they included that thing. But I think that concludes it for today. Oh, actually, no, hang on. We're gonna get another mission, so that I know what to name the stream next time. Southern routes? I don't really want to go down there again. Oh, only 3 out of 8. Oh, so the ones that we checked didn't even count because the mission was already... Yes. That's not good. What else can we do? Land an agent in Iceland, passage through the state of Gibraltar, or just a regular old patrol. I mean, I could make it extra hard on myself. Difficulty low, I don't believe that. This is within Allied aircraft range. This is gonna be... Yeah, let's do that. Let's go out west of Ireland during Black May. Inside Allied aircraft range. Let's make it extra painful. Let's do that. So, I already know what the next stream is going to be called next time. I thank you guys for watching. I think that was a good run today. It was fun. Thank you guys for being in. There was a good amount of chat going on. I enjoyed that. And I'll see you guys next time. My name's Weight Loss. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and hit the bell, blah blah. I don't need to tell you how to use the internet. No, you know all of that. And that's going to be it for today. Thank you. Bye-bye.